हेलो ग्रीटिंग्स टू ऑल ऑफ यू फ्रॉम द बॉटम ऑफ माय हार्ट। सबका तहे दिल से स्वागत है। मुझे 1-2 मिनट दीजिए, मैं शेयर करता हूँ इसको। मेरी आवाज़ आ रही है आप लोगों तक? प्लीज़ ज़रा एक बार कंफर्म कर दीजिए। बाय द टाइम आई विल जस्ट शेयर दिस ऑन माय अदर पेजेस। यस, आई एम डन विथ। वेलकम टू ऑल ऑफ यू। वॉइस इज क्लियर? थैंक यू। आइए, मेहर पूर्णम जी, संदीप जी, आशीष जी, सिमरन जी, साहिल जी, ऑल वेलकम। दीपक जी, welcome to all of you. Some moments in awareness. I don't know how much moments, but we will just be in some good awareness today. I hope today's session will be a little more fruitful to help us carry us a little more deeper into our higher self. So I call this food for the soul. We have food for the body, we have food for the mind. What misses always is food for the soul. So I call this as food for the soul. So welcome to all of you. I just put a post asking that if you sit some moments in awareness. Now again, there might be some technical stuff issue, it might conk off or something. If that happens again, I will restart it. Or if it takes some time also, maybe 15-20 minutes or 30 minutes also, if there is a gap, please do not be perturbed. You can watch the next session again if there is a disturbance. Or there is always a recording. For the people who are watching the recordings, may directly forward for the first 2 to 3 minutes, because all these things goes on till then. Okay, I think I'll come back straight to the point what we are trying to come to. So one question I had asked today: if you sit some moments in awareness, you will notice that not only me, not only we, but the whole world has been doing something from the time they were born till now. Every moment. That is something very common. Now, can anybody tell me what is it? And I don't know if you all have sat for even some moments, but even now, if you just sit in some realization and see, there is something consistently that me, we, the whole world is consistently doing from the time we have become conscious. That means our whole life we have been doing that. Every moment we are doing it. So I would let this question linger a little between you in your awareness, so that something goes and strikes and we try to find out what is it that we are so consistently doing. Commonly everybody is doing. Our whole life is spent in that. If something comes to your awareness, please share it here in the comments. Can you figure out what the thing is? Breathing. That's a wise one, actually. Yes, we are breathing. Breathing is an automatic thing that's inbuilt in us. Breath is automatic. We don't have to do anything. We don't have to be consciously acting on the breath. Even if you're not active on your breath, it will still happen as long as you have got life. There is something that we do consciously. We might do in consciousness, but probably we are not aware of it. That is what we are trying to discuss here. It's very important. Just probe a little. Welcome Ashish ji. Welcome Rajesh ji. Just probe a little, because that will help us know ourselves a little better and our lives a little better. Pankaj ji, welcome. Somehow find the self and try strengthening it. Unknowingly, we are all strengthening the ego. Some were little close, Yeah, this is very philosophical actually. Good that you're pointing. But in casual words, we can put it, what we are doing all the time. Now, what do you say? These are words of somebody who is learning the wisdom, or who has the wisdom, or who has known spirituality. But the whole population does not know about all these things. Most are not even aware of the ego self. We are aware of it. Ashiji say we are always thinking about something. Yes, we are all thinking about something. That's again little more closer to what I actually want to reveal to you. It's very startling. Kashmira ji, welcome. Yeah, you guys have come little more closer to that. But there is something happening, very consciously. The whole world, the whole of human mankind is into it. Every moment. From the time they have become conscious till now, and probably even till the day they die. I would like you all to get into awareness. Whenever you are sitting for any of my sessions, any of the interactions here, because we are not here for any casual talks. I do not do any casual talks. They are very deep to the core. They will definitely touch your soul if you are in awareness. But for that you have to be in awareness. Let the buddhi settle down. Let the logic mind settle down. Because with that settles all the thoughts. And then you get into an awareness mode. Because once in a week we are just providing good food for our soul. I think mind में struggling कम हो जाता है. Okay, let me just come to the point, because I don't want to waste much time in it. Kashmira ji, Hindi. You want in Hindi? Actually, these modules that I'm making right now is for a certain kind of a public, which probably it's not on the live, but I'm using these videos to be sent there, and certain things are happening on the background. That is the reason I was using English. And the problem is, these words that I have, I know much awareness. If you sit and if you just observe what we have been doing consciously or even unconsciously, all the time that is happening in our life is we are creating. As you said, we are thinking. But thinking little more deeper, I would like to go. We are creating. Creating is not actually thought. Thinking is not. Thinking can be anything random. थॉट कुछ भी हो सकता है, विचार कहीं से भी आ सकते हैं, चलता रहता है, बट मैं कह रहा हूँ एक प्रक्रिया जो हमारे अंदर हो रही है, समथिंग दैट्स हैपनिंग, दैट इज क्रिएशन। एक क्रिएशन हो रही है हर वक्त। क्रिएशन किस लिए हो रही है, काहे को हो रही है? द क्रिएशन इज हैपनिंग बिकॉज ऑफ वन थिंग, desires. Today's subject I would like to focus mostly on desires because there were a couple of questions that came last time also, very interesting questions. We must understand what is this desires, because until we understand desire, this is the root cause of everything. आप जो यहाँ बैठे हो, that also is a desire, that is why you came here. Every single thing you will be alarmed, चौकन्ने हो जाओगे एकदम से. You'll be very surprised. You'll become alert. Oh my God. Every moment I've been creating. I'm not saying I'm thinking. You might say thinking creates. Yes, that's a different thing. But I'm saying that creation is happening due to the propelling of desires. इच्छाएं. इच्छाएं होती है, इसलिए वो क्रिएशन प्रक्रिया चलती है मन के अंदर. निरंतर हम हर क्षण क्रिएट कर रहे हैं. क्यों क्रिएट कर रहे हैं? क्योंकि एक डिजायर है, एक इच्छा है. इच्छा से प्रेरित होके ही हम उस तरफ जा रहे हैं. बिकॉज अगर इच्छा ना हो, यू विल बी लाइक अ कैबेज. इफ यू डोंट हैव डिजायर्स इन लाइफ, यू विल बी लाइक अ कैबेज. एवरीबडी हैज सम और द अदर डिजायर, दैट इज व्हाई दे आर अलाइव. नाउ वी आर नॉट, मैं यहाँ फिलोसफी नहीं झाड़ रहा कि इच्छाएं नहीं होनी चाहिए या कम होनी चाहिए. नो नो, वी आर नॉट गेटिंग इनटू दैट. आई एम ट्राइंग टू come to the point to make us understand why are we alive. First of all, why do we die? What happens after death? I'm scared of death. All these things are very close to this subject. This subject as to why am I alive? मैं जिंदा क्यों हूं? No, Kashmira ji, I won't be able to talk too much in Hindi. थोड़ा बहुत आप समझ लीजिए, लेकिन मैं आपको बोल रहा हूँ, अगर आप सजग बैठेंगे तो आप समझ पाएंगे. इट इज मोर देन वर्ड्स. प्लीज प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड. ये जो मार्ग में हम हैं, दिस इज मोर देन वर्ड्स. वी प्ले विथ वर्ड्स. बट वर्ड्स इसलिए क्योंकि शब्दों से ही आपका चेतना जागृत होता है. योर अवेयरनेस गेट्स एनलाइटेंड बिकॉज ऑफ द वर्ड्स, बिकॉज यू आर हियरिंग समथिंग. सुनते सुनते, क्योंकि पंच इंद्रियों से हम काम कर रहे हैं. The five senses. We are going a little deep into the senses and understanding these things. Due to the five senses only, we are able to awaken our awareness. हमारी ये चेतना जो है, सजगता जो है, तभी इसमें प्रकाश आता है जब हम कुछ सुनते हैं. जैसे अभी आप ये सुन रहे हैं, और अगर मैं कोई ऐसे प्रक्रिया बोलूं या करूं जो आपको, आपकी चेतना को सहला दे, या what do you call that? If it tingles your awareness, if I do something or say something, it is going to definitely affect you in that manner. So that's very powerful. What I'm using right now is the one of the senses to speak. You are hearing one of the senses. You are using one of the senses, that is the ears, to listen. और फिर अंदर एक प्रक्रिया हो रही है. It's very beautiful. Today I would like to just reveal those things, you know. If you are in awareness, you will be able to get it. Otherwise, it's very confusing. Like last time, last Sunday, I talked about a lot about the cosmos, about the creation till now. It's very confusing subject because बहुत लोगों को समझ नहीं आएगा वो. If you just listen, you will not understand. ऊपर जाएगा. But if you are in awareness, there is something, when you sit in awareness, there is something else that is grasping it. मैं वो कहने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ आपसे, पंच इंद्रियों से बात नहीं बनती है. होती है लेकिन लिमिटेड होती है. जितना आप सुन रहे हो, जितना आपकी माइंड इसको कैप्चर कर सकता है, इंटेलेक्ट इस पे काम कर सकता है, वो लिमिटेड है, रीजनिंग वगैरह. बट जो आपकी चेतना कैन डू, विच इज ऑल हैपनिंग इन योर एस्ट्रल बॉडी. दिस इज व्हाट आई वांट टू टॉक टुडे अबाउट एस्ट्रल बॉडी. समबडी हैड अ क्वेश्चन अबाउट एस्ट्रल बॉडी. ब्यूटीफुल क्वेश्चन. The causal body, astral body, Karan shareer, sukshma shareer. What are these? We have only heard of the 5 bodies. What are these now? We must have heard this. Sukshma shareer हमने सुना होगा. एस्ट्रल बॉडी भी हमने सुना होगा, एस्ट्रल बॉडी, एस्ट्रल ट्रैवल बोलते हैं लोग, नींद में भी वो निकल जाते हैं एस्ट्रल बॉडी के साथ, एस्ट्रल बॉडी में ट्रैवल करते हैं, कई लोग ट्रैवल करते हैं. You must have heard all this, astral planes, astral world. So many have a confusion as to what is this astral and what is this subtle. सूक्ष्म शरीर क्या है, ये कारण शरीर क्या है. If you have understood my last time's session about how the whole cosmos has unwinded, then this will be little easier for you to understand. These are very high subjects, dear ones. These are all higher consciousness subjects, higher awareness subjects and topics. So to understand this, you will have to sit in awareness. There is no other way. That is your secret key. If you want to unlock that particular thing, you have to open your awareness and listen to this with awareness. It will be worthwhile to understand. My attempt is to make you share this particular wisdom of the great Guru Mandala. Today is Bhagwan Nityananda's Mahapunyatithi. Punyatithi it is called. Mahasamadhi Day. The day he took Samadhi in 1961. Aaj ka din. 10:43 AM. So, खैर that is not a big thing for us. कि मैंने देखा लोग वो पोस्ट में आंसू बगाते हैं. That emojicon is there where you cry. So all on these posts of samadhis, remember one thing, when a yogi leaves, or somebody great, a mystic leaves, it is not like the leaving of our general public or general humans. Because there we don't even know where have they gone. When somebody of our known members or families or friends, they expire or they die, we don't even know where they have gone. That is why we cry. We don't know what happened to them. We hope something good happens to them. An awakened person may cry for this reason. What happened to them? Nice soul, I hope they progress. But when a Mahatma leaves, there is no crying, because you know for sure that is not like a common man, where they have gone somewhere berserk. They are in full awareness. Aiye Brajraj ji, aiye Madhu ji, welcome. Sucheta ji, welcome. So all the Mahatmas, when they leave, they have just like changed their clothes and they have not gone anywhere. They are in eternity. They become omnipresent. Unlike other human souls. It was very unfortunate. Last week, ये same topic से related. Last week मैं बैठा था और suddenly एक urge आया to meet my very old friend. This is my old friend Sanjay, whom I used to have a lot of beer and liquor and all that, alcohol. So old day friends, old time friends. So we have not met for years together. Years. At least after I went from here and went to ashram and I changed my 360-degree changes, many people I just lost in touch. But then when I came back, I think once or twice I just called him and hardly even met. We met. So it has been decades, close to 1.5 decades. But last week I was sitting and suddenly I had this urge to go and meet him, go to his home, because I was suddenly missing his family. His family was very close to me. I used to have food in their house. Every Sunday we used to be together and a lot of time I've spent with them. And they were like my own family members. Very close. They loved me a lot. All of them. They used to wait for me literally in those days. And we used to have good fun. So all that went missing, and I know they were missing all these years, me, because since my priorities changed, but बोलना थोड़ा मुश्किल हो जाता है उनको. Very difficult to tell. Some people understand, some don't understand. अभी भी बहुत सारे खफा है कि this guy suddenly changed or something. So I'm meeting a lot of old couple of friends from the old time. And this person, I had a sudden urge to go to his home. I don't know why. And then last Sunday, I was supposed to go. I missed out. Because I had this live, and this live went for, I think, 7 hours last Sunday. Today will not make it so long, but last time it went. And I missed that opportunity to going. So Monday I went. When I went on Monday there, I was shocked to know it was my friend's birthday on Sunday. Where I was dying to go on Sunday, I couldn't go because of the live. It was his birthday on Sunday. I suddenly remembered, because last year also I called him exactly on his birthday, no other day. On his birthday. When I called him, it was his birthday and people were celebrating at his home. So I wished him and we talked for some time. And then I forgot. I don't remember anybody's birthday. I don't remember mine only. So last Sunday, unknowingly there was an urge. And Monday I went, and lo, but more than that, the people were telling me there, they were very happy. They came and hugged and all those things, because after so much time. But I came to know his brother was very sick. And he was inside the room. He had got some paralytic attack and all that, and not able to walk and all that. So my whole attention, even while sitting there, was on him. Though I didn't go to meet him, but I knew that. I was not very friendly with him, but I knew something I knew is not right. And then after spending a lot of time with the family, I think 1 hour or 1.5 hours with the family, then I went to see him inside, and he was in a very bad state, lying in that cot. I told him, recite the Mahamrityunjay mantra as much as you can. Now the people in the home, they were like telling me, please do something, please heal him, please do something, and all those things, because they were probably thinking that I am linked with the spiritual world and this guy has some knowledge about it. They heard about it, they have known someone. So they were requesting me to do that. But I was not very keen on all that. They even told me, see, you have come for a reason here today. Some reason is there, otherwise you wouldn't have come, and all that. One said it's the birthday, the other said it is this and all that. It was going. And I saw, yes, there was a reason, which I didn't realize until today morning. So last Monday I was at his house and I was sitting next to him, and his wife was in tears asking, please do something. I said, please give me 5 minutes. I'm not going to heal or anything, because healing does not work that way. When you heal somebody, some changes might happen, but if that person's consciousness has not changed, they will go back to the same. Within minutes, or within even hours, or within a day or two, they will go back to the same consciousness and continue creating that disease. So nobody can heal from outside. You might temporarily give some relief or some boost in that. And I knew with this person, it is not a possibility, because he was not in that conscious state of mind where he wanted to make some changes on his life. Whole life he has been living in a certain way, very crude way. So I knew that when such a pathetic state comes, who's going to change? They become more miserable, such states. So all that I said was, give me 5 minutes, and they all left the room, and I was just sitting there, closed my eyes, I was in prayer. I was only praying that whatever is the highest, let that happen for this soul. That is the best prayer you can do for anybody. Anybody. You pray that whatever is in the highest and the best for this person and the whole people or things connected with this person, whatever is best for him and for everybody, let that happen. You pray. It's very unconditional. So 5 minutes or something I was praying, I was connecting to my Gurudev, the Guru Mandala, invoking their presence there, in that room. And then I suddenly found that on the same day, I had posted on Divine Touches of Master the Mrityunjay Gayatri mantra of Babaji sitting, he's sitting like this in front of the laptop, and I had posted on the same day and I had come here. So that thing came to my mind because I asked him, do you know this mantra? He said, I know little bit, I can't, because he was blabbering. He's very weak. So what I did was I took that picture of my Gurudev and sent it to their mobile, one of their mobile, and said, this is the mantra, read it from here. I knew somehow while reading it, at least you see the picture of the person also. Somehow suddenly it came and I gave it. And then they told me there was a mantra box here that was running Mahamrityunjay mantra all the time, but it broke. It fell and broke. Sitting there on Amazon, I ordered Mahamrityunjay box, mantra box, because I was feeling bad. Oh, it broke. See, when the time comes, all these problems, you can see how these things get more critical. These are been my experiences of life. When there is negative energy, too much of negative energy, all these things happen. The mantra box breaking off. And there was so much of clogged negative energy in that room. While I was sitting, I was sensing it. It was very, very mucky. So all that I advised them was, I've ordered this mantra box, it will come. You play this in silent, very soft, this Mahamrityunjay mantra continuously. Keep on playing it. It will purify not just persons but the environment. There is a lot of clogging here. And I asked them to keep the place clean. Because uncleanliness is daridrata. Anywhere it is dirty, lot of old things lying down, clogged stuff, material not touched for 6 months, 6 years, definitely creates a lot of negative energy. So I just asked them to declutter. Because it is the house again that makes people sick. Daridrata comes into the house first by these things. And we are not careful about all these things. And if the energy goes down, everything in that space starts getting affected. Including plants and animals. It affects everything in that space. I don't know why I'm telling you all these things, because this is not the point I wanted to tell, but since it's an important point, I'm adding onto it. I told them this much, and then I prayed for 5 minutes. I asked him to recite. He could not get it very clear. I said, it's okay, keep on practicing, but keep on chanting as much as you can. Now somehow I knew that it might not heal him. We have to be practical many times. I was knowing that it might not heal him, but it is going to be very important for his life journey. Something was telling me this. And when I came out, even they did not look, the family people also, we continued laughing and all those things and all, but they were not looking very satisfied, because around 10 years back when I had gone into their home, I was a different person. And something had happened in the house and I was sitting there healing and all those things. And this time they didn't see that. So they knew something that I am not doing with full-heartedness. I didn't say anything. I just ordered that mantra box and all that, told them how to do it, and then after 2-3 hours spending there, had a great time with everybody, I left the place from there. Now I came to know there were so many people in that house who had come at that moment, that day only, and they said, wow, today we are getting to hear so many things, and we know why you are here, why we are here. It is something nice. It was supposed to happen. Because internally they said they were always craving for some help all the time. And here is somebody sitting and telling them how to meditate, which is very taboo for these people. It's very mucky. And these areas are very mucky. Not everybody in the family is ready for all this, but some were there. And they said that is our yearning, that we were there, we were calling, and we are seeing that. It's a proof that you are coming and telling the same things, that this works. I said, yes, it works. From that moment, I thought I'll do some meditation session for these people. And so after that I was a little busy seeing many people in the area of Belgaum where I stay. All my old friends and all the people that I know, all are now seeking meditation. So I'm trying to provide some support. I've opened up a group here and on the online platform only, and there are people adding in and all that. So I'm trying to teach them meditation. It's a very, very happiness. It's very great joy for me that I'm able to do in this place where I was born and brought up. It's some kind of a Rina Mukti that's happening. Anyways, after all that, I came back here and then I was not in touch with them. Yesterday night I received some missed calls. I was not able to pick up. Many were there, many calls. Today morning also it was there. So when I called them, I told I don't use the phone much. And when I called, that man's daughter was crying, stating that he left his body yesterday. I was not very shocked. I was not at all shocked. Because some strange thing happened, They were trying to get in touch with me continuously today morning, and it was not happening. But then the Amazon guy called, and I saw that suddenly, Amazon, and I picked up. And he said, I have reached this place. It was that mantra box which had gone there. He said, I'm near this house, I'm not getting the house. And he was standing there and I was trying to give him guidance. Meantime, somebody heard him because he was talking very loudly in front of the house. Somebody in the house, my friend only heard. He came out and he asked, what do you want? He said, this address. He said, this only is the house. And so he said, I was talking to somebody else. Then my friend said, who is it? Give it. When he picked up, it was me. And we were speaking to each other. From yesterday night, they were trying to get in touch with me. It was not happening. But the Amazon boy stood there. And this thing happened. And he called and we spoke. And he said, we were trying to get in touch. I asked, what happened? Then they gave this bad news. So-called bad news. That this person expired yesterday night. And his daughter, she was crying and all those things. I called her on the phone only. We let the Amazon guy go. And I called her and I told her, the mantra box has come. He left yesterday. Today the mantra box has come. But I'm sure he has gone chanting that mantra. Because while I was sitting with that person, he was gleaming when he was looking at the mantra. He was trying to say that and he said he will do it. So his wife was ensuring that every day he reads it. And I was told that he was looking into that mantra and chanting it all the time. So for his last 5-6 days, he was looking at the picture of my Gurudev because the mantra was on that and he was chanting that mantra. I know definitely this has made a difference. And then I realized why I had this sudden pull last Sunday, after all these decades, to go suddenly into that home. It was for that person, because that had to be given there. I don't know what, how, where. Then I told the family, I told the daughter also, don't grieve. Don't grieve. The whole world will sit with you and make you cry and ask and console you. I am not here to console you. I will only tell one thing, that he has been suffering for so long. You told me he has been on bedridden for 2 years. And 2 years he has been suffering. He has been suffering and the whole family has been suffering. The prayers of our prayers are always for the highest good of that soul. Whatever is best will happen. He had to be relieved. Do you want that person to sit there and struggle and be in pain all the time and suffering? And along with that person, you also, the entire family, suffer day and night. Is that better? Or is it better that they leave because they're finished? There is no point in clinging on to them. She was understanding. I said, don't cry, because if you cry, the whole purpose is gone. The last moments we are trying to give them solace. We are trying to enlighten them with the mantras, because mantras and all that keep the consciousness awakened. Because during death, in what state of mind, in what state of consciousness one person leaves the body decides what will happen after that life. So, I'm sharing this with you again. Any person who is leaving their body, if you can at that moment, try to provide some kind of spiritual support to them, especially mantras, because the mantras are universally accepted. It might not happen with a Hindu or Muslim family. I look at that in a different way, but that's still fine. If it's a Muslim person, some recitation from the Quran. If it is a Christian person, some recitation from the Bible. It's all fine. For the Hindus, it's easier. Mantras. And I said that mantra box has come today itself. Play it for 13 days non-stop and do not sit and grieve there. 13 days. Shastras say 13 days is the time when the soul still moves around, because it's confused. Most of the souls are confused. Whether it's dead or not, it doesn't know. Most of the souls don't know it's died. It thinks it's alive. Because the man is Jagrit. The awareness is Jagrit. It is conscious. But some part of their mind does not still convince them that they have left the body. They don't have that consciousness that, oh, I need to have a body, and all those things are not there, because it is just that awareness of how you and me are right now aware of our surroundings, of our thoughts, of our lives, of our worries. The same thing, if you pull out of the body, it will still remain. Body is dropped, but your thinking won't stop. Your awareness won't just be put off. It is alert. What is death? Death is, you are watching me right now, for example, this video. Let's say you conk off. Means the body collapses, you're dead. What will happen if you are watching this in certain awareness? The body will fall off, but you will still be watching it in awareness. The thoughts, the processing, the reasoning, everything will keep on going on. There's no difference. Only thing is that you don't have a shareera. You don't have a body. That is death. Only the body is gone. Everything else can be perceived. Now, depending on the state of consciousness at the time of death, experiences differ. Somebody who is always in awareness passes away, their awareness will still continue to be there. Because this is the astral body what we are talking about. It's not the physical body. Physical body is made of the Panchabhutas. It came from the Panchabhutas. It will go back to the Panchabhutas. It is like you come and you have hired that body from these Panchabhutas. You have made up a body. You only create actually. From the womb state only. You create. You develop it. You maintain it. You only maintain it. Depending on your desires, I'm coming back to the same thing. Depending on your desires, you create similar kind of body in similar kind of location, similar kind of places, in similar kind of soul group, which can give fulfillment to all the desires. And you are born. Now, to fulfill that desire, you need to have a particular kind of shareera, certain kind of body, which can take you to certain kind of life experience and make you bhog, experience those desires. Why those experiences are coming to you? Return it back and see, go back and see. The experiences are coming because It is the outcome of your creation, your desire. Your desire has pulled that experience into your space. You had 100 desires, unfulfilled before dying, that remains in your sukshma shareera. Sthul shareera burnt, dead, gone. Back to the 5 pancha tattva elements. Sukshma shareera and the Karan shareera is still there. That carries all this baggage of the desires. Now this has to be there, this has to be experienced, this has to be, it is the ichha, it is your own ichha. Now if this has to be desired, this desire has to be fulfilled, then I need this body. If this desire has to be fulfilled, then I need this situation. If this desire has to be fulfilled, then I need this person in my life. If this desire has to be fulfilled, then I need these things in my body. And if this desire has to be fulfilled, I need to be in this part of the world. Because in this part of the world, with this set of people, I am able to fulfill all these desires as soon as possible. So the best location in the world, best means not the best grossly, the best for my desire, whatever is suitable to my desires. Now my desires might be anything. Everybody has different desires. Depending on the desire, somebody is born in a slum or somebody is born in a palace. All the desires. So you can see how desires affect everything. Incomplete. Now to give completion, the body is vibrating. The sukshma shareera, which is out of the body, is vibrating that. Desires. This is there, that is there. Longing, cravings, everything is there. And that is now creating from the Pancha Mahabhutas. How does manifestation happen? While we are in this body also. We know everybody of law of attraction, manifestations and materialization. How does it happen? From where does it get created? My Gurudev used to always say, never eye on any other's property. What does not belong to you, never eye that. Never desire that, because there is ample in the universe. You can create it from there. Why desire pettily that little thing when you can create it directly from the universe? What did he mean? Creation. We all talk about creation. We write in the books and we try to create it. We imagine, we focus. When you are imagining, when you are focusing, what are you doing? You are manifesting. What? How? Your vibrations. Constantly you are keeping your vibration in that mode. Then those signals are going, vibrations are going into the universe, and from the universe it's created. From where in the universe? It is from the Pancha Tattvas. Everything is created from the Pancha Tattva only. Anything that materializes, all the sthul thing that you can see in this world is from the Pancha Tattva. And everything and anything from the Pancha Tattva is temporary. It will come and it will go. It has to go back to the Pancha Tattva. That is why it is called Maya. Maya, why? Illusion. It has been extracted from that Pancha Tattva. It has got a form now. It stays for a long time. It's not permanent. Because anything from the Pancha Tattva is not permanent. What is the Pancha Tattva? The sky, the air, the fire, the water and the earth. The Pancha Bhutas that we call. So can you see, it has been taken from there and it has to be written. Anything that has to be taken from there, it has to be written. The physical body is also that. So as you create a new job, a new partner or wealth or whatever, what is it that you are doing? You are actually working on this same principles. Anything and everything that you have is from the Panchabhutas. It's a temporary play. You create, you take, and you have to give it back. Nothing is permanent. Anything that you create in this world, you have to give it back. Including your own body. Who you the soul. You created this body also. You use the body for whatever purpose you had to use it for. Why? What is this? This is the vehicle. Through this body, you experience all your desires. You have so many desires. For that, you need the body to experience. So the soul creates the physical body first, and through the physical body, you, the soul, enjoys the whole experience. So you are actually experiencing using this body. And when all those experiences are finished and over and done with, I told you everything is permanent, temporary, it's not permanent. It has to be returned back. So when this body is used for experiencing everything, and you have finished experiencing everything, if you are at peace, there are two stages. If you are at peace after experiencing everything, then you go in peace. You return this body in peace, not in pieces, in peace, P-E-S-E, and you live in peace. That is called enlightenment. When you are enlightened, you live in peace, you complete your project. You had so and so XYZ desires, you experience it through the sthul shareera, you are satisfied with it, you are contented with it, and then finally you say, I have done my job, I have finished, I had come here for what? For experiencing my desires. You and me are alive only because there was desires. If there was no desires, there is no question of you and me coming here. That is why all the great mystics say, find out why have you come here. Because if you forget that, you end up creating more desires. I told you there are two types of people. One is who have experienced everything in this body, and while going, they are now at peace. They have had everything, enough. So they are ready to give it back to the world. Everything that they have owned, that they have got, they are first ready to give. First you have to release that, and then this. This is your closest. So when you are in this body only, many people write the will, last will, death will, that I am giving this to this. What are you doing? Many people give it to charitable institution, many people give it to their own families, but they are offloading now. What is it? They had acquired it from the world, now it's time to give it back. And some are happily doing it, some are miserably doing it. Those who are happily doing it is the enlightened, awakened guys. Are saying, okay, I had enough, I'm satisfied with it now. When you're satisfied, there is no attachment. Content completely, no attachment with any material stuff. So I'm giving it off, everybody. Take it easily. No pains. Oh, I have gathered all this with so much of hard effort, now it's all going. Not an awakened person. So the awakened person gives that, and then when the time comes, they are ready to leave with this also, leave this thing also back. And they have fulfilled everything. Then now there is no attachment to the body also. See, if you are content with what the body has experienced the whole life, if you are content with it, there will be no attachment to this. If you are not content, then it will create problems. So they will give this body also nicely and go in peace. Where they will go? They are out of the body. If there is no more desires left, that person is liberated. If there are desires, then you're back. Normally, the person who has desires will not so easily give off things. I was talking about an awakened person who easily goes. The other is now those who have a lot of attachments and desires unfulfilled. It will be very difficult for them to part with any of their property, any of their wealth, anything. It is unimaginable for them. But somebody says, no, you are going to go now, you are only living so many days, you got to. Then in pain they are doing that, free will, the death will, last will. They are not doing it out of happiness. Why? Because there is pending desire. The desires are not yet over. The desire is still there. Oh, I was supposed to expand that business. That did not happen. Oh, I was supposed to have one more son or one more daughter or some more grandsons. Or I was supposed to see my daughter's marriage or my son's marriage. And that's not yet happened. Desire. It's a desire. From the desire comes attachment. Immediate attachment. Immediately. Attachment is due to that desire. Oh, I had just bought a new car. I have fully not been able to experience it. Desire. Attachment to the car. Immediately. And if attachment is there, I cannot part with that car immediately. It will linger. Now see the frustration. The business, the relationships, the car, the property, everything is now in my attachment because there are unfulfilled desires. And when the desire is unfulfilled, I will not go in peace. Christianity, RIP is there, rest in peace. There is no rest in peace. The mind body that comes out, the astral body that comes out is still lurking fully of desires. And by force it will leave. And it is a very traumatic event. Because there is so much attachment to the world. It doesn't want to leave. Now how can it experience the world? Through the body. So first thing, it will not want to leave the body because it is through the body only it is experiencing. It has experienced all the life. It has seen, it has perceived, it has enjoyed through the body. So it will not want to leave the body itself first because through the body I am experiencing this. If I leave the body, I cannot experience that. So first attachment will be to the body. There is a tug of war. You can't live in peace. You can't live at all. All are fear with death. All of us who are fearful. Oh, I might die. What might happen? Oh, I might die. I might die. I might die. What is this coming from? It is coming from desires, my dear. Unfulfilled desires are there. Many ask how to get rid of the death thing. I say you are not addressing the root cause of that fear. If you keep the root cause as it is and then you try to address anything, you do past life regression, you gain a lot of wisdom, you think about it, you meditate, you do anything, it will not go because the desire is there. And if the desire is there, it will want you to be in the body. Because only through the body you can fulfill that desire. So automatically there will be a pull towards gravitation towards your body. It will not allow you, you will not want to leave the body. And when you don't want to leave the body and when you are clinging so hard to it, definitely you are going to have sleepless nights about death. You're going to be scared all the time about death. Because death is what? It is parting with the body, which is so prized possession of yours. We first think, no, this is my prized possession. My family members, my wealth, my property, my name, my state. That is not your first priority. You are saying it is that. But if you say first priority is your body, you don't want to leave the body. Because your property, your relation, anything, even the food you like, something, it can be all experienced only if you have a body. Nobody thinks about the body at that time. They say, I am connected to that. Indirectly, they are connected to this. And that craving makes them cling to this. And this clinging is what gives them that fear. They are unable to understand where the fear is coming from, where this fear is coming from. There is some fear of death. I'm trying to clarify this. The fear of death also is coming because there are lots of unfulfilled. The more the desires, the more the fear and clinging to the body. Clinging to body consciousness is clinging to grossness. Spirituality is opposite. We come into the spiritual world thinking that we get mukti from all our problems. Yes, what is our problem? The body consciousness is. What does the body consciousness come from? Where does it come? It comes from ahankara. It comes from the ego. The separate identity that I am separate, I am so and so, the I which is there, this creates the body. And the more the body consciousness, the more the I. And then we come into spirituality, we want to transcend that. And then we do all the spiritual practice to transcend it. But we are unable to leave this major thing that is pulling us down, like the anchor pulls a ship to the ground. And then we say, evolution nahi ho raha. I'm not progressing. How can you progress? You have put the anchor. What is the anchor? The load of desires in that anchor. A desire has pulled you, grounded you to the ground, so much to your body consciousness. And the more the body consciousness, the more gross you become. Sukshma nahi, sthul. You become sthul. Bhautik. When you become too much gross, it is heaviness. All the problems that you see in spirituality also, I am unable to ascend. They say, why am I unable to ascend? Ascend means urdhvareta, up. Descend is down. Ascension nahi ho raha. Evolution nahi ho raha. You see, everything is upward. The upward is not happening. Why? Because you are struggling only consciously about that upward. Spirituality is only a conscious ideology of yours. So most of us are in that. We are in the techniques of sadhana. We are all in that fantasy idea that something. I'll tell you one secret. There is, when they say spirituality, they say, oh, I am connecting to God. And now why I am connecting to that higher spirit? Why do I want that higher thing? Because many of the people, they say unconsciously, they will say, oh, if I have that connection, then I can experience this life even more better. Yeah, true. But they get more pulled down, see deeper. I can experience this. Why? Because see, if I can create, if I can evolve, that means my mind can now create faster. If my mind can create faster, then I can create that, this. So many things. So I am like spiritually connected, but I am using that spiritual powers now to you for my gross needs. Why? Desires are making you even come into spirituality and do the same nonsense again. Same nonsense. Aad mein, it is the spirituality. In the cloak of spirituality, same nonsense is happening. What nonsense? The unawareness of your desires. What is a nonsense? Desires are not a nonsense. When you are not sajag about it, when you are not aware of your desire, that is nonsense. That is called ignorance. Means still the desire is there and he is bedridden due to sickness. The soul will not leave the body. No, it's not that. Soul will leave when the time has come. When the Prarabdh is over, it will leave. Whether you are bedridden or not ridden. When the time comes, when your Prarabdh, the last bit of Prarabdh is over. Prarabdh is what? Prarabdh karma is that karma allotted for you in this Janma. You cannot finish all your Sanchita. It's too long. So what is done is, it's broken up in pieces. All the Sanchita is broken up into pieces. And one lot is given, okay, you handle this and come, then we'll see the next. So Prarabdh is one, that set of karmas which you come. And when that gets exhausted, you got to leave. That's it. Now the reason might be anything. It might be sickness, it might be an accident, it might be a natural death, whatever. They're depending on the karmas. When the time is right, the soul has to leave. Whether or not you have fulfilled your desires. Sandeep ji, are you getting it? You say, means till the desire is there, he is in the bed. No. Till desires are there, he is not there. No. Till his Prarabdh is there, he is there. This is the set of karmas. He has finished it. In this desires, whatever he creates remains there. If he cannot fulfill the desires, everybody, you and me, have to fulfill all your desires within this allotted Prarabdh period. If you don't fulfill it, If you keep it pending, or if there are more number of karmas, then when this prarabdha is over, you die. But you carry those desires with you. Now that desires, you have to create another body, come back again and experience it in the next prarabdha lot that you've got. What indirectly is happening is, you are adding to your sanchit karma. Where is the prarabdha coming from? It is coming from your stock of sanchit karma only. So you making more desires is adding to your sanchit karma, which will add up again your prarabdha quotas. Are you seeing it? It will keep on lengthening your journey. The more the desires. So it is not on your desires that you finish your life. If you don't, life is not bothered. Prakriti is not bothered. When the time comes, you are out. Whether you fulfill or not, time's up. You got it's like writing an examination. You are writing an examination. Fast, and the time is up. Teacher comes and stands there. Time is up. Give the paper. No, you say, no. Little more is there. She snatches the paper from you. You're done. Death. Whatever was there was written. And now you're, oh my God, little more was there. I could have written that. Now I'll fail. Fail why? Because that was a very important question and answer I knew, but there was no time. Time was limited. Paper went off. Now what? If I have to finish that, I have to sit for another examination to come back again and sit. Are you getting it? So the time allotted is in which you have to perform. The idea of spirituality, now I'm coming to the main thing. This is how the fun does. So if I tell you this, you will come to know how the desires are. Now the idea is, for an awakened person, we are not saying desires are bad. You and me have come here only due to desires. But now in awareness, when you are spiritually aware, what you are doing is you are using that awareness to now transmute that desire. Transmute that desire completely into something of higher achievement. How? Now, the same desire you are fulfilling but with awareness. You are aware now. There is desire which I am fulfilling and I am experiencing and I am enjoying. No doubt, I am enjoying it. But this is the cause of my birth and death. If I have more of this and if I don't give a stop to this, I will have to come again and again. A spiritually evolved person will become aware this way. Like for example, I love gulab jamuns. I love eating it. Now, somebody might say, don't eat it. No, I say, no, I want to eat it because I've come here to experience this. I want to experience how a gulab jamun is. I want to enjoy the taste. I want to have the pleasure. It is my right. Yes, it's your right. This is where the yogis say, go ahead and have that pleasure. There is nothing wrong. Experience it. But while you experience it, now you're doing it in awareness. You are knowing that, oh wow, this gulab jamun is great and it feels wonderful. It's very pleasurable. It's very tasty. Very nice. But I also know that this also can create disease in my body if I go on swallowing it. It is tasty, no doubt. But what will happen if you're day in and day out, if you're eating 3 times a day gulab jamuns? Surely somebody will get diabetes. So that person is now aware that this will give me problems. So I have to do it in control. I have to do it in steadiness. And best evolved person, a still more higher person of higher awareness is one who says, if this is a problem giver, if this gulab jamun is going to create problems in my body today and tomorrow, and if I'm not having the peace that I want to eat it, but I want to eat it, then there is a guilt and there is a fear that something will happen to me. I am struggling in this. That person will say, why don't I get rid of this gulab jamun itself? Such a person will try to get rid of the desire itself because they know it is constant suffering. For that little pleasure, there is so much pain. Duality, pleasure and pain comes together. So to experience that gulab jamun, it is 2 minutes of happiness. But again, you don't know your body is creating what all and how you are going to experience that. What you are going to experience. You don't know. It's a big responsibility. Every desire is a big responsibility if you don't do it in awareness. Just like producing a child is a big responsibility if you don't do it in awareness. There are people who conceive out of lust, animalistic tendency, procreation. They don't know why they are creating, what they are doing. Not awareness. It is the lust that forces. They are experiencing pleasure, only pleasure driven, no responsibility driven. They don't know what they are creating. And such create children, which they might not be able to handle for a whole life. It is a commitment for a whole life. That child is a commitment. It's a responsibility for a whole life. Now that person must have not thought during that act. So such a person will not fulfill that responsibility also completely. दो मिनट का मजा, जिंदगी भर का सजा. This is what they say. My friends used to talk all this language. It's a crude non-veg language. 2 मिनट का मजा, जिंदगी भर का सजा. Or for girls they used to say 2 मिनट का मजा and 9 महीने की सजा. It's very true. Because if they are doing it in unawareness, then that 9 months of pain comes for that. So see, they are very intrinsic. They are very so minutely important. 2 minutes, not even 2 minutes, it's few seconds of pleasure, that orgasm, to reach that orgasm. Something is done, and see what a big, huge responsibility that you have. Where did that come from? That huge responsibility that ties you up for a whole lifetime. Imagine you brought up a child, you are growing that child, so many things, ups and downs, in the whole life of that child, and that is affecting you all the time. Good, bad, ugly, all the time. Maybe you will get a little pleasure out of it. Maybe you will get a little happiness and comfort, but there is also pain coming with it all the time. You can't deny that. And the more pleasure you enjoy, the more desires you have towards that, the more the attachment towards that child and all that, and then it goes on for a huge, lifelong time. If anything and everything and anything happens to that child, you are being affected all the time. So you have got now roots attached to that particular child. Where did that come from? That one desire. What I am trying to tell you. One desire. One desire of what? Sex. Lust. Many people create children in just lust. One desire. And for what? Not even a few seconds. Can you see that? And what is the price that you got to pay? The outcome, what I'm trying to say is the outcome of the desire might be very little. That the mind wants to enjoy that pleasure. For that pleasure, there is a cause and effect. There is a rippling effect. The cause is this lust, but the effect is so powerful. And what comes? The child comes, and now the child comes. Because you have a child, there is another cause. And the cause and effect. For every single incident with that child till the end of you or him or her, there is cause and effect. Every time there is being cause, something or the other. And this is how you get entangled into karma. I'm not saying producing child, no, awareness. What I'm talking, all this is out of unawareness. People in unawareness, what they do, they are not realizing they have multiplied the bijas. Who's responsible? Me. Why? My desire. My free will. Nobody can interfere in that. Then you might say, my husband was not good, my child is not good, whatever. Those are all secondary. Your husband, your wife, your children, everything are secondary. The first, you begin the creation. Creation who began. Even if you want a spouse, it is your bija of desire that you want a partner in life. And you get a partner in life, you are happy about it. Wow. You've created it. But yes, with that comes another package also. Nothing is free. Ek ke saath, one ke saath, buy one get one free. So whenever you enter into a new contract, any new contract in life, you are entering into a zone of Rakta Bija. From there is all probability that you create more of karmas. Why do people take sannyas? It's not foolishness. They are fully aware of this play of nonsense. Nonsense play of desires. They are aware of it. They don't want that. They have fully become aware. Like what I'm telling you, if you have been with me all this time, what I've explained, this is a sannyasi's viewpoint of why they don't want to get into it. It is not because they have an aversion to anything. I don't like this, I don't like the world is bad, children are bad, marrying is bad. No. The real sannyasi will have no problem with marriage, no problem with the world. They understand everything. They understand everything is beautiful, but for experiencing that beautiful, they don't want to take any more risks. They don't want to get into a new loop of contracts because they are trying to end all their contracts. How are they trying to end? By diminishing their desires. How do they diminish their desires? By becoming aware of every desire. Now, for a person who is already in the world, who's already into, let's say, grahastha, or already mingled into it, and now this awareness is coming, no problem. You don't have to become sannyasi. You don't have to become a renunciate. You don't have to drop everything. But you can become aware, and you can stop many of the karmas which in unawareness you would have created. I'm sure the people who already are walking the path of spirituality have become aware in many ways, and many ways you have already stopped making or karmas. All these years, so many thousands of karmas or lakhs of karmas you must have prevented just because of your awareness. Your buddhi, your discrimination, your viveka told you this is right, this is not right. You should do this, you should not do this. And that buddhi, that purified buddhi, will make you walk on the right path. When you walk on the right path, you are cutting away many weeds which unknowingly you would have otherwise created. What is the difference between a spiritual person and a non-spiritual person? This is the difference. I would not say spiritual, I would say what is the difference between a person who is aware and person who is not aware. Person in awareness does this. Maybe that person is not spiritual, but who is aware, they will still, because those who are aware, their buddhi will start purifying. Whether they are spiritual, religious or not, doesn't matter. Are you getting it? Becoming aware is very important. Everything that you create, everything you are aware. Every single aspect that you connect with life, you are aware. Why, how? You live in awareness. You work in awareness. You do in awareness. You think in awareness. You live in awareness. In this way, you eradicate desires, because the Chidakasha Gita talks so much about desires. If you watch the Chidakasha Gita very carefully, you see it has got nothing to do with desires. It completely bullshits the desires. The whole aim of Chidakasha Gita is about achieving desirelessness. If you see the whole teachings of Bhagavan Nityananda, whose Mahasamadhi is today, it is all about desirelessness. Before leaving the body, one day before, yani ki yesterday, in 1962, just one day before he left his body, he was supposed to have talked to a few people. And what he mumbled was, he said, tomorrow Samadhi. 3 times he said, tomorrow Samadhi. The reason that he said was because he was talking in the same line. He said, everyone comes to me, everyone comes to this. He never said me. He said, everyone comes to this for only desires, never-ending desires. Somebody comes for a house who has been living on the roads without anything, no possession at all. They come seeking for something. I grant them some possession, like a house or something, so that they get rid of that. Because you cannot talk spirituality to somebody who is still hungry. Food, sex, shelter. These are the three basic things that every human being must fulfill in order to even climb beyond and go spiritual. Without these things you can't. If the person is still rooted in food, sex and shelter, they cannot transcend into spirituality. It's a basic rule. Bhagavan Nityananda was talking on that. So somebody is coming for shelter. He gave shelter. For what? So that they transcend these things. So that now once they have that, once you have food, sex, shelter, you are comfortable with it, you're happy with it, now you think something better than that. Then only a person will start thinking. Otherwise, if somebody who is still diminished, who is deprived of these three things, even if they attempt spirituality, these three things will pull them down. There is a major struggle. Because if somebody is going for spirituality, going for meditation, and they don't have a shelter, they are always worried about shelter, about a house or something, some security that they need for protection. Till then they cannot settle down for spirituality. If lust is there, if those desires are not fulfilled, constantly sex will be in their mind. Lust will be in their mind. I made a video on masturbation and sex and all those things last time. If you see that, you can see in depth how it will affect. That will keep pulling all the time because there are thoughts of lust. Now many people tell there is so much of thoughts of lust, so much of thoughts of lust, I am not able to concentrate, I am not able to meditate. So much of dirty thoughts. Where are the dirty thoughts coming from? Instead of complaining and cribbing and self-pitying and becoming a victim, instead of going into that victim zone of, oh, the poor me, I am so nice, I am so much trying, so much doing everything, but my mind doesn't, it pulls me down because all these dirty thoughts are coming. Instead of victimizing yourself, just get into awareness and see that you are the cause. The desires are the cause. There is some huge heap of desires lying there. The desire is creating that craving to get that to you. Many people get married for lust. Simple as that, my bodra. Nobody has something like, oh, let me get married and produce one yogi. A spiritual evolved being who will do great justice to the world, who will help humanity. Let me produce an offspring. For that, I want to marry. Nobody has such kind of a desire. The first thing that comes in desire is lust. For marriage is lust. So, for fulfillment of lust, people get into marriage. And it's a huge contract. In marriage, there is children, so many probabilities. Nobody thinks at that time. Why they jump into this? Sex. Food, sex, shelter. So if that is not fulfilled, it will keep troubling you from within. You cannot evade that and then sit for meditation. No, these things will pull you. Food is not given. Food is the basic thing. If you sit hungry, if you are hungry all the time, and you, let us say you are even fed, but you don't have a earning, you don't have a source of income, you don't know where your next meal is going to come from, then food will always keep on be in your mind. Oh, where will my next food come from? That will not allow you to meditate. So, food, sex, shelter. These are the three things beyond which only its desires have some connection with these three things. Observe it and see. See in your life also. Identify and see. You will see this. One of the three or all the three, it will be there. Majorly influencing your life. Why am I telling you this? Because if you become aware, now you will know where is the root cause. Root cause of the desires also. Everybody says desire is the root cause, but I am telling you the root cause of the desire, where the desire is coming also you can investigate. This is what awareness does. The beauty of awareness, it goes very deep. I can go still very deep if you can be with me, because I don't know if you will float away. Very deep. Yeah, I mean the roots of roots. You can go even deeper than desire, the root of desire and the root of that root. You can go. We can go on talking from where it comes from. but very high heightened awareness you got to be in. Gurshindarji, fear of leaving kids and family. What will happen of him and parents? That's scary. Yeah, this is what I'm trying to tell you. But that scare, where is that scare coming from? You can't get rid of that scare or fear until you understand where it is coming from. That's what I'm trying to tell you. No amount of meditation will relieve you of this until you become aware of where it is coming from. Because when you become aware of where it is coming from, you can do something about it. Now, where it is coming from? About a kid and this. It is coming from that desire. You created this, all this, what you're saying, which is now you're scared of. Why did you create it? Because of a desire. Imagine and see. Where did the kid come from? Where did the husband come from? Where did the family come from? It was all a desire which is inside you. So, you have asked for something which later on probably you are not able to handle. Or probably you are enjoying it, but you are not liking the parcel that comes with it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Playing in this world, playing in the Bhuloka, playing in this earth field of duality, you cannot have one thing. You cannot come here saying that I want only pleasure and only goodness and rest, nothing should come to me. It is impossible, my dear. This realm, this loka will not give you that. It is against the law. It is the law of duality. If you have pain, you will have pleasure. If you have pleasure, you will have pain. This is a part of it. There is dvaita, there is always duality. So, whoever plays in this bhuloka is gambling, is doing it with risk. Everything that you touch has a risk to it. Please know this. Next time, why I am telling you this very strongly is, next time whenever you want to touch anything, this should come into your mind and then you very carefully choose it. Because it is said, be careful of what you ask. It might be granted. This is what happens. All these marriages, all these things are what? We are not careful. We are not having a long-term vision. Everybody you see, all the people who have just got married or are going to get married, the lovers, you ask them and see, why do you want to get married? Nobody has a long-term vision. It's very quick. Maximum is driven by lust. They might say, oh, I'm in love with this person. I want the company of... Why do you want the company of that person? Oh, because I love. No, you don't love. You lust. Because I lust the person, I want the physical presence. Simple. If you love the person, physical distance will not matter, my dear. Unconditional love, there is no conditions. Physical distance should not matter if you love the person. Wherever that person is, what is there? You be in love. Why do you want to get married? Because you want to come together. Why the togetherness? Must. Let's accept it. However we glorify that relationship, it is basically lust that pulls each other together. The basic need of lust. I'm not saying it's bad or anything. I'm saying become aware of these things. This is the technicality of how life is. Then Bhaiya, it seems a vicious cycle of desire. If one seeks the purest form, these three needs, if they don't come, spirituality and without... I don't know why this is skipping. Yes, it's a vicious cycle. Now, I was talking about Bhagavan Nityananda. From there it started. Food, sex, shelter. People come to me, I give them. Somebody wanted shelter, I give them shelter. Somebody wanted about sex because the marriage. I want to get married. Okay, granted. It's again linked with the sex. Done. They got married and went away. Somebody came for food. Maybe a job, a business or something. Why? Basic need is food, shelter. Okay, done. Now why did he give that? He did not give it because it is their Janam Siddha Adhikar. He gave it because it is somebody who is approaching a Mahatma, who is enlightened, and they have a desire to liberate themselves. That is why they came in that holy space, first of all. Otherwise they will not have. Anybody who goes to a Mahatma will certainly have a higher desire. They have the lower desires also, but they have a higher desire, which is what takes them there. Their punya, their good karmas only take them there. Punyas and good karmas means there is a possibility of that person to get rid out of that cycle. That is what takes them into that such holy place or person, and that person is aware. This is what has brought them here. So as a blessing they grant it. Why? Because if the blessing is granted, okay, fulfill your lower needs first, then you will become aware of why you came here. Actually what brought you here was for something else. But you came here, your soul was pulled to this Mahatma, and you are coming here for darshan. But when I ask you what is it that you want, your lower desires pulls you, because from the bottom all those things are pulling you, and you say, I want a car. What is the real need? Because you are unable to connect to your higher awareness, the strength that pulls you down. So you say, I have come for this. But the Mahatma knows, no, you have come for something else. That is why you have come here. Otherwise you would have gone somewhere else. Why would you have come here, to this holy land, to the holy place, to the holy person? They know. So they say, okay, granted. Finish off with that thing that is pulling you down, so that you become aware of your true self. Finish it off. You say, tatastu, go have it. And they go. But the problem is, Bhagavan said, somebody comes for a car, somebody comes for business, somebody comes for a relationship. And when they come for all this, they forget. Next time they come again with a new need. Somebody has been given a car, next time they will come, they want a bigger car. Give me a big car. Somebody who was on the streets, they were given a house, now they come, they want a bungalow. It goes on. Like you said, the loop, the desire, vicious cycle, it goes on, unable to get rid of it. And the Mahatmas, the saints, the gurus, they're all always pouring their energy, because you are rotating in the cycle, so that they suck you out of that. All the Mahatmas in this world, all the gurus who have come here, they are people who are out of this chakra. They are out of this. They are standing here and they are seeing you mercilessly rotating in that birth and death cycle. Why? Because of the desire. One desire is creating, and to create you take another form, you come and you create another desire. It goes on. So this person says, get out of it. So they are giving you all the gyan, the wisdom, the grace, the blessings. They are doing everything. And if this person who is rotating in that continuously, still in the gravity of that desires, are doing everything, they are rotating, continuously. They finish a whole janma with a guru or with a spiritual path, but still the desires are there. They are not booked. They come back again. Take birth again. They attract again the guru. Again some path, something. Again, and lessons unlearned. The desires which are there. Again they go in the bhoga. Again new desires. It pulls them again. Something is fulfilled or it is not satisfied again. So simultaneously they are looking. It's like the giant wheel. Are you seeing the giant wheel? It's moving continuously. And somebody who's sitting in that, when the giant wheel starts moving, if you say, no, I don't like this ride, what will happen? It is not going to stop immediately. It is going to go. You are going to experience that because you had a desire to sit in that giant wheel. You are happy outside, but a desire. Let me go and play the game. Let's see how it is. That is how you and me have come here. We are, the original source is Satchidananda. Shivoham. But then ikicha, let's go and play for a while. We go into the giant wheel. And when it starts, we say, Are Baba, Are Toba. You are moving and moving and moving. And then in that giant wheel, you are looking at your friend and saying, oh my God, that person is happy. Why the hell did I sit here? It will not stop immediately. You will have to wait for the giant wheel to slowly stop. When the time is over. See, the time is your Prarabdha. You have to wait for the whole chakra to rotate, to finish the rotation and stop. Then you are out of it. But what is that? Even after you had a desire, oh, please let this stop. It is not going to stop. Maybe another 5 minutes is going to rotate. What is that rotation? It is your desire that put you into that. Now, bhukto. It is taken momentum. So, till your prarabdha exhausts, you have to wait in that and be hopeful that you come out in one piece. And when your prarabdha is over, the wheel stops. And then you are out of that and you say, I am liberated. But you are not liberated if the desire is again there. No, I was having fear. But I did not enjoy completely. I think I should synth one more round. Go ahead. And goes on. Why? Because there is a thrill. When you go into a giant wheel, there is a thrill. Thrill is what? Pleasure. But with the thrill comes fear. So that is a part and parcel. With the thrill you are going to. But many people, it's okay to take that fear. It is okay to experience that pain for this pleasure. It's all together. It's like the water in the milk. You can't separate it. It's a part of it. So to drink the milk, actually, you drink the water also which is mixed in that. No, you can't help it. You can't say no until you are a Paramahamsa. You know what is a Hansa? Paramahamsa? Paramahamsa is a bird. Hansa is a bird, crane. Paramahamsa is a bird which is like a crane only. It flies very high. It is impossible to see it. You might not have a darshan of Paramahamsa. The bird is a very rare bird. It is almost considered an astral bird. Mysterious bird. You can't see it. And if those who see it, they say it's a great boon to see a Paramahamsa flying. The bird. It is there. Now what is the speciality of this Paramahamsa? This bird has the tendency, if you give it milk, it will extract only the milk and leave the water behind. Yes. It can only pull the milk and leave the water behind. That is the speciality of this bird. And it's a very rare bird. It's almost as extinct, or it's the astral world. You cannot compare it to the gross experiences. But it exists. It's a different dimensional bird. So what is this that I am trying to tell you? Until you are a Paramahamsa, you can't extract. Only if you are a Paramahamsa, you can extract only the Satchidananda and be in that. Even while coming in the world. World is milk. Duality. Milk and water mix. But a Paramahamsa can come and still enjoy the milk, the world, and suck out only the milk without touching the water. Isn't that beautiful? This is what a Paramahamsa, and that is why they entitle people as Paramahamsa. Like Paramahamsa Yogananda. All these saints have been named with that, the title, for this. This is the main quality. Paramahamsa is somebody who is liberated. So that is why I said, from the giant wheel, you have gone there to drink that milk, but saath mein, the water also comes with it, and you drink the diluted milk. You can't help it. So you have to experience the plus and minus, the both of the duality, if you want to experience that giant wheel ride. Unless you are a Paramahamsa or an Avadut, you come liberated into this world and you are only bothered with the milk. Only that person has that skill or knack to suck out from the duality. Because to the Avadhutas, duality is dead. All laws are dead. If you have interest in the mystics and the Avadhutas, I have made one special 2 hours video on the Avadhutas in which I have explained this. What is the difference between a normal man and an Avadhuta? The laws of this world or any world cannot touch them. They are beyond even that. That is what makes them godlike. So we are talking about Avadhuta Bhagwan Nityananda, to whom people come. And he, before dying in the sense leaving his body behind, the soul never dies, the body dies. Before the body dying, one day before, he said this to a couple of people, that I want to give what I want to give, people don't want to take. They come again and again for the same. So much of desires. There is no end to their desires. Chidakasha Gita completely talks about desirelessness. Because why? You get looped into this. And he's again, after all these years on earth, he still has this word saying, people come for this. And after saying this, he says, Kal Samadhi, Kal Samadhi, Kal Samadhi. One day before is Samadhi, and today is his Maha Samadhi day. So this is not a story. From this, we can imagine the atrocities of desires and what desires can do to a person. Now Bhagavan Nityananda is not foolish to have said those words. Those are serious decisions to come into this world, leave this world. I mean, if somebody, a Mahatma, is leaving with this intention, that there is no end to this loop. The play is going on. And nobody has the time. Nobody has the intention to get out of the cycle. Everybody is coming even into spirituality, even to a Mahatma, only to fulfill their more desires. This is the words of Bhagavan Nityananda. They are coming into spirituality or religion or Mahatmas or even anything spiritual higher which can liberate them, but they are coming again with the intention of keeping them stuck there. This is why most of the spiritualities in this world fail. Most of the systems in this world fail. They never generate muktas. How many systems can you see in today's world that has generated or liberated souls? Why? Because the intention, the purpose, the highest purpose of taking them out of desires is not there. It is not there. It's absent. You see in all the systems of the world. And that is why there is nobody you can find actually who are liberated. Because no effort has been given on that. Effort of the cause of that spiritual system or the spirituality. Why spirituality has come. That has not happened. This is where the missing link is. This is the heights of ignorance, or you can call the power of Maya, the power of illusion. अच्छे से अच्छे को भी धुंधला बना देते हैं. You and me might be having lot of knowledge, lot of wisdom about everything, all the gyan, about spirituality, about everything. That spirituality can, all the shastras might be by heart for us. But I am telling you, the power of Maya will still pull you down somewhere or the other. That's the power of Maya. It's not an easy task to get out of it until there is a deep desire to understand this desire, the root cause of all the problems, the desire. Until there is an intention and a desire, it all begins again. Because when you are having a desire, now you are having a desire to create this world, create all the miseries, okay? Now this is a higher desire, a refined desire. A desire to know the desire, a desire to transcend the desires. It's a very powerful desire. It can create. Why? When you have created children, you have created cars, you have created businesses, you have created wealth, you have created everything, you have created this whole body, and you have come here again and again. You are coming. So powerful being you are. Because you have created yourself. In so many lifetimes, in so many forms, in so many stories, in so many ways, you are wandering again and again. Power of your creation. That desire was so strong that it has brought you here again and again. See how powerful you are. Why? Because the focus is on the gross. Now imagine if the focus refines and goes to the higher. And now it says, I want to experience that state which is not bound by this desire. This grossness of this desire. Because desire has got its impurities. Now I am seeking something to go which is very pure. Which is not bound by the three gunas. All the desires are 101% bound by sattva guna, rajas guna, or the tamas guna. Three gunas, it has to be influenced. Even if you say, I want to be a good boy or a good girl, that is a sattva guna. It's a desire to become a good person. That desire to become a good person or desire to even become a saint. That is a desire again. I want to become a saint. It's a sattva guna. It's a higher guna. It's a higher desire. It still is a desire to become someone. To become. I want to become a saint. Become means the I-ness is still there. The ego is still there. The ego is carrying the bubble of becoming a saint. I want to become somebody. So that has a sattva guna. And that comes again with a parcel. Certainly, even being a saint comes with its pros and cons. It's not easy. Become a saint and you see what will happen. There are dualities. You are going to be affected by dualities. But the only difference is a saint is still more refined awareness. They are aware of the good and bad that they are attracting. Now a saint will remain immune to both. Being immune doesn't mean that they will not have good and bad in their life. They will have. But the effect will not be on them because they are detached from that stuff. Because now they are having refined awareness. Even they have taken a form of saint. It is still in the sattva guna. But it still has the ego tendency. Because the ego is what creates this desires. Even the higher desires. Egolessness means no desires. Absolutely. Chidakasha Gita talks about it. Mukta is desirelessness. Mukti is desirelessness. The one who is liberated has no desire. Avadhutas have no desire. It's all there in the Chidakasha Gita. In the next 2 days also it's going to come very powerful about the desires. All these topics. This current event era, the time of this translation that I am doing here, it's all talking about desires continuously. So if you see even yesterday's, today's, tomorrow's, day after, this whole week that is going to come, is completely going to come on desires. It's talking the seriousness of that. So even a sattva guna will not help you liberate. Becoming a good boy, I want to become a good person, a nice person. You are still bound. You are going to take birth. You are going to come to experience that goodness. And in the chakkar of experiencing the goodness, the bad also will come with it. Parcel. Duality hai. So in that goodness, if you have the tendency, if you have the power of viveka, if you are purified, viveka is there. And then you are experiencing that. Then you have the power to not be affected by the duality. But still you are in the Kal Chakra. You are in the cycle of birth and death. Not liberated completely. Because that sukshma desire is still there. To come in this world. Even if I have a desire, I have to come this world, serve the world, help the world. It is still a desire because it still comes from some ego. Even helping others. Because, I want to help. There is that I-ness is there, that ego is there. The I want to help somebody. I want to be of use to somebody. I want to serve. I want to serve. I means ego is there. Though it is a refined, it is much better than the other I who comes for selfish reasons. I want to come and gain power and fame and glory and wealth and all those things. Status, positions. That is a lower. Mostly by the tamas and rajas very hard. But this I want to come and help somebody. It is not still selfless. There is some gain. Because when I give help to somebody, what will I get? I will get happiness. So I give something, I take happiness. So that means what? Why are you doing the seva? Because it gives me happiness. So that means for that happiness you are doing that seva. So there is a connected this condition. Give me happiness, I give you my seva. Or I give you seva, you give me happiness. You're seeing it. Very sukshma, but it's there. It's again the cause of ego. Ego does that. Still not out from the birth and death cycle. There is desires. Give and take. This is conditional. You might call it unconditional, but it is very conditional. The word that we say is very unconditional all the time. It doesn't make any sense. Deep down it is all conditional. Everything we do conditionally and we say unconditional. Nothing is unconditional. It's all conditional. It has got some conditions attached. If you listen to what I say, I will love you. If you obey me, if you completely listen to me, then I will listen to you. Then I will talk to you. If you don't listen to me, I will not talk to you. It is a condition. It's not unconditional. बोलने के लिए conditional है, unconditional है. False. It has got gunas there. What is unconditional love? It is selflessness. There is no self. It is whether you give me happiness or you don't give me happiness, take this. Service or whatever you want to give. Doesn't matter. You give me anything, you don't give me anything, you smile, you don't smile, you don't even say a thank you. Today's world, the seva is defined by thank you. Until we hear the word thank you, or until we see some gratitude on their face, or some gesture, our hearts will not be satisfied. We might go out in the world and say, I'm doing unconditional service to you. I love you very unconditionally. It doesn't matter you give me anything or not. Don't give me money. Don't give me anything in exchange. It's okay. I have come to serve you unconditionally because I love you unconditionally. And when you give it to that person and that person doesn't even give you a second look, takes it, snatches it and runs away, I'm telling you, 12 bajenge chehre pe. Why? It has disappointed you suddenly. क्या हुआ महात्मा जी? What has happened? Why are you perturbed? That person did not even have a sense of gratitude on the face. Is that the way somebody snatches? Oh, got you. So that means you had given that with a condition. The condition was that at least you must have gratitude or something you must give. What? Your gratitude gives me happiness. Contentment. Oh, I have done my seva complete. What? That gratitude. And that person did not give you gratitude. It pisses me off. What I am trying to tell you is, what I am thinking as unconditional is not unconditional, my dear. It is very conditional. Gunas. So these are the three gunas which unknowingly we are affected. Only in awareness you will be able to see all these things crystal clear. Of what? Of not the world, of myself. What am I doing? I am not telling you, sit here and see in awareness what the world is doing. Then criticism and judgment will come. I am saying about myself. What I do. How am I reflecting my life? Gunas are there. Gunas are there. Why gunas are there? Again, the reflection of your desires. So I become aware of my desires, what my desires can do, what all nonsense my desires can do. Karma is a long distant word. Before karma, all these things happened. All this, when it becomes a bunch only, it is called as karma. But we talk about karma. Karma. It is our karma. We have to do karma. We have to not do karma. We talk about karma, which is a big bubble. But inside that, all these small things are there. And I am telling you, go directly into those small things only. Go to the root. Forget the karma. You handle these things. When you handle these things, you are already altering the karma. Isn't that much better? Awareness will help us do that. Awareness is very powerful. So Bhagwan Nityananda, even a person like him had to say this. Very unfortunate that they have to leave stating these words. And there is a big connection to it. It's why should not they say about it? Because he has been teaching his whole life about how to get into the state of desirelessness, no desires at all, to make you mukta. Now you might say, it is impossible for me to become desireless because it's so hard. I have come here to create my dreams. I have come here with a lot of hopes, and even today I have a lot of hopes. Even right now when I am speaking or I am listening to this session here, I have so many things pending. Pending desires are there. I cannot shell them and say, let me become desireless. No, I am not saying that at all. I'm just saying, okay, when you go back now you can look at that desires with the light of awareness. That will make the change. At least that will begin making the change. It has to begin somewhere. It has to begin somewhere. If this doesn't begin, forget it. You come and go every time, probably even next life we will have sessions, we will be doing a lot of meditations, and yet be struggling in our lives. Are you getting it? We are not catching the root. We think spirituality will deliver us. It will not deliver us. Spirituality will put light on the ignorances that we are doing. Spirituality will not automatically make some magic and pull us. The Guru cannot deliver you. They cannot liberate you just like that. The Guru can put light on your darkness. That is why it is called Guru. The one who diminishes or clears away the darkness is called the Guru, the light. He is only the light that will show you your darkness, help you see your darkness. And we all have to work on ourselves. There is nothing from outside that will automatically keep doing something. It's as foolish as many I see. They're saying, oh, it will all be taken care of. And I continue living in my gross ignorance, doing all the nonsense that I do with the belief that some higher power will take care of it. No, it will not. Maybe that higher power which you are connected to will keep on shining that light and help you go through in a little more easier way than others are going through. That's all. But it will still not redeem you. Mark my words. It will not redeem you. Until you take the decision, because it's your free will. They will not interfere in your free will. Until you take the decision and say, I want to put an end to this, because every time I create something, it's coming with a package and giving me a lot of troubles. When we talk, that's why I said these talks are not for everybody. And I'm sure those who do not have interest in looking also into their desires or looking into their dark areas will never sit for these videos. It will pain them. They will run away from it. Because this is something that they don't like. This is something that they don't like. Because this is something that will put more light into those areas which they don't want to see. They want to pretend everything is good. Everything will be taken care of by the Lord. It is an ignorant decision that they take, that everything will be taken care of the Lord, and I continue enjoying my desires. So I am in a world, I have so much of responsibilities, I have so many things to do. Okay, I have become aware of this. The desires are the root cause, but still, these are valid desires. I cannot come out of it. Yeah, very true. You cannot immediately come out of it. But what I'm trying to say is, if you start walking the journey now with the light of awareness, all these desires, you move with the desires. But what will happen is, now you will become more aware, and now extra those rakta bijas, the extra desires. Okay, what you have already desired and what you have created, you are going in that. The giant wheel is going on. I'm not asking you to stop the giant wheel. Let it go. But now be in the awareness that you don't create another desire for another ride. So when you are in that awareness, alertness, the consciousness, you take every step with conscious effort, with awareness, ensuring that you don't create another problem for yourself. In other words, another karma for yourself. Karma equal to problem. Be it good karma or bad karma, it is a problem. I told you, good karma also will not liberate you. Seekers on the path of liberations are bothered about not doing those karmas only. Not performing, not creating new karmas means not creating more desires. So now you will become more aware of every single desire that you have in life. You will now be able to review your life and see what desires you had, the outcome of which you are now experiencing pain and pleasure. You will see all outcome. That is why the one question that I asked in today's session, sit in awareness and see what you have been doing your whole life. Whole life, every moment you have been only creating desires and fulfilling it. Creating desires, fulfilling it. Creating desires, fulfilling it. Anytime, even right now, you see today's day also, you take from morning to evening, nothing you have done apart from materializing some desires. What you are experiencing, good, bad or ugly, is the outcome of that some desire. And while experiencing it, what you are doing is, you are creating more desires. You just see today's, forget the whole life. Every single day, from morning to evening, just become conscious and see. You have definitely put new seeds of desires which is going to sprout today or tomorrow. Knowingly or unknowingly, you have done it. This keeps your Prarabdha charged, your Sanchita charged. So how will there be a move out from this vicious cycle? What we call as birth and death cycle. Why we are stuck in it? We always see karma. Because of karma we are stuck. Karma se mukti. We say that Gyan hai, but we are not aware of what that karma is. Karma is this, desires. Now, a person who is in awareness, tell me, two people you take. One is in ignorance, one is in awareness. The person who is in ignorance, whole day they will live the outcome of their karma, of their desires, and enjoy pain or pleasure what? But while enjoying pain, they will create more something, karmas, new bija, or while experiencing pleasure also they will create some new bijas. With every incident, every moment you are doing this, remember. So an ignorant person is creating, because recklessly, the Viveka is gone to dogs. The Viveka is dead. The discrimination is dead. You see the Chidakasha Gita, tens of times Bhagavan has told, those without discrimination are as good as animals. Tomorrow also one is coming. He's called because Bhagavan Nityananda was known to have be very stern, give bad words also. So in one way you can see these bad words in the Chidakasha Gita only, in a very glorified manner. They are bad words only. saying those who have no subtle discrimination cannot be called men. He says this. मतलब मनुष्य नहीं बोल सकते उनको. In some other words he has said पशुतुल्य, जानवर जैसे है जिसको विवेक जागृत नहीं है. Why is he hammering on that viveka, viveka, viveka? Because the subtle discrimination, viveka is the thing. When it is active, it will show you what is right and wrong. What is viveka? It is awareness, what I am talking to you about. All the shifting into awareness, what I am trying to tell you, is shifting into your intellect. When you are aware, your buddhi purifies. When in your awareness, your intellect is all the time purified. It is sanctified. And the purer your intellect, your buddhi, the purer your desires, because you have become aware now. You choose very carefully. Purity will only come from there. Purity cannot come just like that. Even your bhava shuddhi happens with your intellect, your buddhi shuddhi. When it happens, your bhava shuddhi, your intentions change. You must be having some wrong intention previously, but you'll see with the discrimination purifying again and again, that person will start changing. The karma might be the same, but the intentions will keep purifying inside. Like I said, I am doing seva. Why I am doing seva? My pure intention, ये मेरा pure intention है कि I serve the world. Now, for namesake it is pure for me, but it is not actually pure. It is an impure. Because I told you, I do seva and somebody snatches and runs, I get offended. My ego is hurt. Oh, that person does not even have gratitude. I am hurt. I am hurt means my ego is hurt. And that person has done that. It is not a nishkam seva, it is a sakam seva. It is a conditional stuff that I was out. But I call it, my pure intention was to help that person. No, it was your impure intention. But you are thinking it is pure. What is this confusion? Though it is impure, but you are feeling it is pure. What is this confusion? A weak buddhi. A dull buddhi. When the buddhi is not fully clean, it will see everything different. Even though it is impure, it will call itself as pure. You see this action I call, it was very pure intent. With my pure intent, I went to do something. My intention is pure. What is calling? The ego is calling that intention as pure. The ego is coming from where? The viveka. The viveka is not clarified yet. It's not cleaned yet. So until the discrimination, the subtle discrimination, Bhagavan Nityananda says, the subtle discrimination until it is pure, the buddhi is pure, nothing is going to happen. No changes will happen because the person will live in the illusion thinking that what I am doing is right. This is the problem of the buddhi. बोलते हैं ना बुद्धि बिगड़ गई है क्या तेरी, बुद्धि मत मारी गई है. Why they say? Because the viveka is in the buddhi. The viveka discriminates what is correct and what is wrong. And my impure buddhi is telling me that I am right, whereas I am all the time wrong. So my impure buddhi is making me do all those karmas which I feel is right, but it is generating more of that impure because deep down the intention is impure. Intention impure, karma is impure. The karma is impure, the product's outcome is impure. We don't see this. Many, I'll tell you, large population of in the spiritual field, in the seekers, they don't see this. These videos are very difficult to ascertain because these are very hardcore truths. Because these are truths which nobody will want to listen. That is why I talk only to selective people. Liberation is only for the selective. It's not for the countless. It doesn't happen in mass. We can give mass wisdom to people, but liberation cannot be given in mass. Why? Because only few are ripe enough to get what this tattva is. This is tattva bodha. Once you understand this tattva, then it is easy to dissolve. Only when you understand this tattva, it is easy to dissolve. Otherwise, it's very difficult. दीपा जी, मैं पूरा हिंदी में नहीं बोला, पूरा 2 घंटे से इंग्लिश में ही बोल रहा हूँ, बिकॉज दिस इज फॉर अ डिफरेंट. आप शब्दों पे ध्यान मत दीजिए. जस्ट सिट इन अवेयरनेस, इट विल रीच यू, यू विल अंडरस्टैंड इट. व्हाट आई एम टेलिंग यू, ये जो मैं बोल रहा हूँ, दीज आर ऑल ऑफ हायर अवेयरनेस. These are not the general talks that I am talking, you are listening. That is another subject. When we talk more of the grossly world, but when we are talking of the tattva bodha, bodhona is receiving through the awareness. तत्व ज्ञान जो है वो सुनने से आता है. तत्व ज्ञान मैं बता रहा हूँ ज्ञान, और आप उसका ज्ञान ले रहे हो. लेकिन तत्व बोध तब होता है जब हम उसका आभास होगा, सजगता से, अवेयरनेस. So somebody asked very beautiful question. I want to answer that. Again, I think it is Mohammed Bhai only. I'm glad that he is asking such very mature questions. So Mohammed Bhai says, I wanted to ask you something technical. Does Rudraksha and copper rings or such paraphernalia help a seeker? Well, I'm not going to answer this because this is a gross question. Rudraksha, copper rings, these are all the gross things. These are all the external stuff. You want help, you want to grow, but you're taking help of something from the external. You put a ring in your hand, you put a taviz, or you put a yantra around your neck, or you put copper rings, or you put a rudraksha, or you put yantras. These yantras and all these devices are external means for you for support. I don't say this is bad, but it will help you. It is for support, but that is not the whole thing. What I am trying to tell you is all that is there from within. That is much more powerful than these things. If you have the access to that wisdom, it is much more powerful. These devices are for those people for whom it is very difficult to ascertain all these things. Those who don't want to go deep. Say, मेरे पास time नहीं है, मेरे पास यंत्र दे दो, and put some devices here and there, or put some rings, or the gems, my nakshatra or my frequencies with the navagraha, my planets are not good, so give me a gem. And फिर उस type का gem के frequency के साथ you go to a person who's creating that, and you take all the help, or you say, give me palmistry, read my palms, read my astrology. These are all external for people who don't want to work on themselves. I can say that. We are yogis, we are meditators who actually work on the device within us. This is the Advaita Tattva that I am talking about. The Advaita Tattva is very powerful, and this is very dualistic. So I'll just avoid this one. But then he says, if yes, does these exist in one's subtle body or energy body? Another question is the energy body which consists of nadis the same as the astral body, which some yogis talk about? Like they say, you can travel places leaving the physical body in the astral body. This is a good question, because normally we have heard only of the 5 bodies. The physical body, the etheric body, the mind body, the emotional body, and the bliss body. The sthul shareera, the prana shareera, the manomaya shareera, the jnana shareera, and the and the Anandamaya Sharira, which is the bliss body. So here, it's very interesting. 5 shareeras we have talked about, but this person is now asking, what is then the subtle body, the astral body, and the causal body, the Karana shareera? And what is the sukshma shareera? Sukshma shareera is what they call as astral body. The sukshma shareera only is called as astral body or the subtle body. Terminology is different. Karana shareera is known as the causal body. Karana means the Karan. This Karan se kuch hota hai, the cause. कारण शरीर से सब कुछ बनता है. कारण शरीर से सूक्ष्म शरीर बनता है. सूक्ष्म शरीर से स्थूल शरीर बनता है. Means the Karan, the causal body is the cause of the creation of the astral body, and the astral body is the cause of the creation of the physical body. There is something beyond causal also. It's very deep. This is what the Advaita Tattva is, Advaita principles is. Last time, if you were there in my session, I experienced in very deep what is actually Shivalinga, how does the creation take place, why it is called a linga, and how from there the form has come to this Bhuloka. Bhuloka is just one of that creation, which is explained very detailed in Srividya, Advaita Srividya. Anyhow, if you like to see that, you can see the video is already there on my YouTube channel. It's a long session. Last Sunday I had a almost 7-hour session, very deep. In this session I would just talk about the subtle body and the astral body. There are some other questions also. Anyways, as I told in the starting, the gross body, the physical body is made of this Pancha Tattva. The 5 tattvas, which is borrowed again from the nature. I told you, you have come here, you take the body, you have to give it back. You can't carry this. You are on a temporary journey here. Why you are on a journey here? Because there are a lot of pending desires. Because of that desires, you are forced to come to earth and forced to take. Force means what? Who's doing that force? The shareera will do it. The desires will do it. Automatically. It will create. Go and create. Like you say, I wanted to have an ice cream. You keep thinking about it, and then suddenly somebody gives you an ice cream or somehow that ice cream, and then you say, oh, I was thinking about this ice cream and I got it. See how I was thinking, I get what I think. This is what you are creating. Same way. The body also you have created. And when you come, the sukshma shareera, what I am talking about is you. Means last time I had explained, we are like bubbles. You are that pure consciousness, Shivoham. But when the ego, the ahankara comes, it takes a form, it takes a bubble of identity. That becomes a bubble, the I. The moment I is there, it becomes separate from the main supreme consciousness. Then there is a Paramatma, and then there is a Jivatma. A Jivatma has come from there. Why it has become a Jiva? Because of the identity of I that Ahankara has created. So it becomes separate from Paramatma. They say Jivatma and Paramatma are not different. Chidakasha Gita says in the start. Dono ek hi hai, exactly. But now it has got separated because of this Ahankara, of the ego-ness. Now when it has created this form, it has this I. With the I comes, I want this, I want that, desires. Then that bubble starts creating. And creating, and now this bubble keeps moving from here to there. This bubble is what? This is the sukshma shareera. This is the astral body, which does not have a physical body yet. It has an astral body. It's a bunch of all this. So now, this keeps on radiating out desires. And for that, it creates from the Panchatattva. It creates a body. That is how you get born into a womb. And from the womb, every single step of your body is created according to your life plan. Whatever your desires, according to that the body is created. This kind of color, this kind of nails, this kind of hair, this kind of longevity, this kind of height, everything, including this kind of disease or this kind of healthy body, everything depending on that karma and the desires. It wants to experience now. And then it comes out on the womb and then it begins its journey now with those set of people in that area which it already had created. But now when it comes into the body, the I-ness is so gross that it has forgotten, it has got disconnected with its own astral body. The physical body is there, the astral body is there. The astral body only creates the physical body due to the desires. So one more layer has come now. Sukshma shareera, now sthul shareera also has come. But the sthul shareera becomes so sthula that it disidentifies with its sukshma shareera. It doesn't even know there is a sukshma shareera until somebody, some guru comes and gives them the gyan, like our guru gave us. That you are not the body, you are something else. You are not this physical body. Then you start to imagine, and then you go back into this journey and then you find out, yes, I am not the physical body. Then where is this I-ness, this feeling of I? Who is this thinking? It is not this body. It is not this teeth, it is not this head, it is not this eyes, it is not this nails. Who is the one who is thinking? There is something who is thinking. That thinking, that feeling is all there in your sukshma shareera. This is the astral body. It has the astral body. All your desires and everything is in your astral body. But astral body is always projecting the waves and it is creating. Now when it is created and comes in front of you, how can this astral body experience it? Because till it is gross, it cannot experience. So now it has created this physical body and it is experiencing everything through the physical body. All the pleasures, everything, and it is enjoying. Now the astral body has all these desires. If it is enjoying and if it is not content, the astral body will continue having more desires. So astral body will go on creating till the time the dead end comes, the prarabdha, time up. Your time is over. Astral body says, my time is not over. There is so much desire still. No, the physical body time is up. You got to give this back to the Panchatattva. Astral body says, no, I can't. That is when there is a struggle. The astral body refuses to leave the physical body. It says, no, this is my prized possession, everything, I had a wonderful time. It forgets who it is. It is beyond the astral, it is beyond the causal, it is the self. It is forgotten, all that. It is remaining rooted in the I strongly. So the astral body is the main thing that is carrying everything. Let's see what is in the astral body. Now the gross, as I told you, Panchatattva, it is made out of the 5 tatvas. That is the earth, water, fire, air and sky or ether. 5 elements. Now the astral body is made up of 19 constituents. 19. Very deep it is. See, I'll tell you why this has not been explained, because it's so deep, it can get confusing. So basically the knowledge that appears in the world is just till the Panchakosha. So you know there is an etheric body, prana shareera, जिसमें प्राण है, nadis है, that's all. Mohammed bhai, I'm coming to your answer. You said, is it the same? Is it the etheric body is the same as the astral? You are very close, but let me explain it. It's very confusing. That's why people don't go too deep into it. You have got your etheric body, the prana shareera, and then you have got your man shareera, and then you have got your jnana shareera, and then you have got your anandamaya shareera. Anandamaya is nothing but you only, the bliss, the self, which is always in bliss. Pure it is. So let us not touch the Anandamaya. Anandamaya Kosh is you only, the real you, the self, the Atman. So we are talking only about these koshas. Now, the prana shareera or the etheric body and the mano shareera, when combined together, and you take in also the jnana shareera, that means the etheric body, the mind body and the emotional body. The prana shareera, the mana shareera, and the jnana shareera. If you take these three layers, all these three layers become a sort of astral body. A little bit of prana shareera it has, a little bit of the mana shareera it has, a little bit of jnana shareera it has. What? This astral body. This is the same astral body which is awake when you are asleep. At night, your body goes to sleep. Your astral body never sleeps. What is your astral body? It contains of your mind, body, your etheric body, and your emotional body. The jnana shareera. It has got 19 constituents. What all? It has got the pancha prana, the 5 pranas. You must have heard about the prana. You can go and research it in details. The prana shareera has got the pranas. It has got the panchindriyas, the 5 organs of action. The nose, the ears, the eyes, the mouth, the skin, touch. The panchindriyas. So panch prana, panch indriyas, 10 way, 10. Then it has got the 5 power of these senses, sense organs, the 5 powers, like sight, dekhna, hearing. First I told panch organs. Now I am talking the power of that organs. So first it was eyes, ears, nose, mouth, skin. Now I am saying seeing, hearing, tasting, smelling, touching. These are the 5 powers. So it has become total 15. Panch prana, panch karmindriya, and these 5 sense organs, the power of these organs. And then you have the ego. And then you have the intellect, the buddhi. And then you have the chitta or the man, the mind. And then you have memory. 4 more. 15 plus 4, 19 constituents. These are the 19 properties of your astral body. Or the sukshma shareera, or the subtle body, what you call. Different terminologies. So you will see all these three layers only are that. Pancha prana, prana shareera, it comes from there. All the things with the mind I told you, it's there, the mind is there, memory is there, it's all linked with your man shareera. And the jnanamaya kosha, it has got the intellect. The buddhi is in the jnanamaya kosha. So you can see it is a package of all these things together. So the sukshma shareera, when you are sleeping, the physical body is sleeping, but the astral body with these 19 constituents are awake. Those who have got a refined and purified astral body are the ones who speak of astral travel, who have got mastery over their astral body. How do you get mastery over your astral body? What is astral body? If you put all these 19 constituents, it is nothing but thoughts, emotions and feelings, nothing else. I could add perceptions also. Thoughts, emotions, feelings, perceptions, all these perceiving. Only these activities happen in your astral body. That is why when you sleep, your thoughts, emotions, feelings, perceptions, everything goes to sleep. They are awake, they can be perceived, but you are completely off it. Now if you go deeper into that, if you go like what is there beyond this also, it's a very deep thing. Like last time I told you, everything, the Purusha and Prakriti, from the Brahman, everything has started. So if you see very clearly these tattva, these are the mysteries of from the Upanishads, from the Vedas, what I am talking to you about. Bhagavad Gita has explained about these tattvas very clearly. Lord Krishna has explained the tattva jnana very clearly. And many Upanishads have explained this in very detail. The rule of macrocosm and microcosm also is very beautifully explained. The Brahmanda, from the Brahmanda, everything is created. These shareera, what I am telling you, sukshma shareera, the subtle body that I am talking to you about, astral body, that everything has got astral bodies. Everything in creation, the macrocosm has got its astral, the earth has got its astral body. Everything. That is how it was created, one by one, step by step. Yeah, so Mohammed Bhai, I think you have got an idea. You were asking whether the etheric body is the same as the astral body. Somewhat same, but it's not exactly the same. They have their own functions. But you can see the etheric body, some parts are there in the sukshma shareera also, astral body also. So the yogis that you have heard that they do astral travel, they plan, they move from one. There are some yogis, very, very heightened yogis, who appear in their astral body. Like Yukteswar Mahagiri, if you see, he appeared to Yoganand Paramahamsa ji in that hotel room in Mumbai, which is there in Autobiography of Yogi. He appeared in his astral body. Means it is not his physical body. Sthul shareer nahi hai. He appeared in his astral body. Means that it has got so much of power that it can create an illusion. Astral body is nothing but these subtle properties only. Beyond that, there is something called the Karan shareer, that is the cause. Because of that Karan shareer only, this astral body is born. Without the Karan shareer, this cannot be born. Now, what is the causal body? Karan shareer. I don't know if you can understand this, and I don't know if I will be able to relate this because it's very deep. Karan shareer is something which cannot be perceived. It can be taken as something like complete void. Nothingness. From the nothingness, the Prakriti came. Last time I explained. There was nothing void. From that came Prakriti. Are you seeing it? So that nothingness, that space of nothingness which cannot be perceived, it cannot be perceived even by Gyan. Even by talking about it, it cannot be perceived. Something that is unperceivable is the Karana shareer. From there, the cause, even the macrocosm was born out of it. The whole world, the Srishti, the Prakriti has evolved from nothingness. It has evolved from the Karana shareera. It is that consciousness. Why does it evolve? Because of Ahankara. There is a beautiful step-by-step process of how it moves. Like if you say Parabrahma, the Brahman is there. Brahma is nothing, pure consciousness. Parabrahma. From that, Prakriti evolves. So, when you call as Parabrahma, when nothingness, only consciousness, that is Shiva. What we talk about is Shiva consciousness is nothing but pure, supreme consciousness, which does not have anything. It does not have action, nothing. It is just awareness, pure awareness. From that one spandan, and that Prakriti is born. Prakriti is that creative energy of Shiva, which is called as Shakti. So Shakti is created. Shakti creates. And Prakriti gives rise to everything that is alive here. It is formed out of that Shiva consciousness. Shiva's consciousness, when it becomes conscious of something, I want to create. Immediately there is a spandan and the Shakti starts moving and creating. That is called Prakriti. That is this Prakriti. Chidakasha Gita many times have explained that Prakriti, Vishnu is not correct. Bhagavan used to say, Vishnu is not the Lord, Shiva is the Lord. Don't run behind Vishnu, run behind Shiva. People used to get confused. They used to think they are fighting between gods. Or he's telling our Vishnu is bad or Shiva is good. No, he was not meaning that. We are talking the higher aspects of the God's form. We are not talking about Brahma, we are talking about Prarabdha. We are not talking about Shiva, we are talking about Parashiva. We are not talking about Vishnu, we are talking about Mahavishnu. These are the higher aspects, the higher awareness. I told you, one is gross awareness, one is higher awareness, one is gross intelligence, cleverness, one is higher intelligence, Viveka Buddhi. Same way, these also have aspects. So if you say one is Shiva, it is the Shiva with Rudraksha and the Jata and the Trishul and the Bhasma. That is the Shiva. Who's Parashiva? The consciousness. The Advait form. This is the Advait form. Are you getting it? Brahma, I am the creator. It has that beard and looks and all that, and what you give a gross form. Who is Parabrahma? Nothingness, out of which everything has evolved. Are you getting it? Vishnu. They say the sustenance, who sustains the world grossly. Who is Mahavishnu? The tattva, the essence of that. What I am talking here, from Shiva came Prakriti. That Maya Jagat which comes, illusion that comes out of that nothingness is Prakriti. That is Vishnu. So that Bhagavan used to say, don't run behind Vishnu, means don't run behind this Prakriti which is Maya. Don't run behind Vishnu. Vishnu is not the Lord, Shiva is the Lord. Means that Param consciousness, the Param Chetana is your destination. Catch that. So deep. So what I am trying to tell you is, from that Parabrahma, the Prakriti came out, which is the Maya. It is an illusion because it comes and it can be taken back also. It can be pulled back into the consciousness. Everything goes. The whole Maya is poof, gone. Shiva projects, it comes. Prakriti takes place, everything takes place. Whole play of consciousness is going on. You and me living, all this drama which is going on, happening inside this. It can be just sucked in anytime. This has been happening many times. Now from the Prakriti, when the Prakriti takes place, is created. I am taking step by step how everything comes, even till the desires. When the Prakriti comes in, Ahankara is created. Out of Prakriti comes the ego. When the Prakriti is created, what happens is, there is this object, that object, this, that. There is so many differentiation, and then there is individual bubbles. The identities are different in the Prakriti. This one, that one, and every identity has got its ego now. Because of that separation in Prakriti, Ahankara was formed. The ego of separatedness. You're getting it? How beautiful. I'm talking about the macrocosm now. Macrocosm is the big universe, what has happened. And from that ego, because of the ego, gives birth to the Mahatattva. The Mahatattva or the Mahabhuta, which is called. From the Mahabhuta are born the Panchatattva, or the Panchabhutas. See how the creation takes place. And from the Panchabhuta, the universe. See, the universe has come so late. We say, the universe was just created from Shiva. No, it has got all these sukshma processes. We are aware of, I am there, my Atma is there. We talk about that, right? All the time. I am not this body, I am the soul. We talk about soul. But between the soul and this body, there is something very sukshma, which I told you, the 5 layers. And this astral body, this Karan, shareera, And in the astral body, there is 19 more constituents of the Panch Prana, the Panch Indriya. So many things inside. But we are not aware of it. Very sukshma it is. That's why sukshma shareera. Same way, the journey from the Parabrahma, it's not directly the universe. But as I told you, from the nothingness, the Shiva consciousness emerges the Prakriti, the Maya begins. And from the Maya, Ahankara comes out. Why? Because Prakriti, everything gets separated and everything has got its own identity, own Ahankara, the I-ness. And from the Ahankara, the Mahabhuta is born. From the Mahabhuta, the Panchabhuta is born. And from the Panchabhuta, which is the sky, water, fire, earth, and the wind, these Panchatatvas is born the universe. The whole universe takes shape from this. So you can see the step down process. This is the macrocosmic world. Same happens microcosmic. My journey, your journey also is in the same way. From the Parabrahma, if you see, you have got these koshas. From the Parabrahma, from the main soul, you have got this process of the Prakriti and then the Ahankara, then you have your own identity, and you become I, myself, whatever, and then you have that I-ness, and I-ness creates desires, and the desires then creates the Panch Mahabhutas, because without the Panch Mahabhutas, Panchabhutas, you cannot have the shareera. This has been taken from there. So from the Ahankara, the desire has come, and from the desires, this body has been created from the Panchabhutas. The microcosmic this is. From where? It has borrowed from the macrocosmic. See the relation. Holographic, it's very deep. I don't know if I have been able to explain it. This, when I am reading the Vedas and when I am reading the Upanishads, all these things are going in my perception. All these things are very clearly happening. In clarity, I can see this, but I don't know if I am able to convey this to you. If I am, good. And if you are able to understand, even if a little percentage of it, it will help us a great deal. Because it will help us understand how we are made and what is the desire. See, because of this desire, only I told you we are looping here. Now I told you we can go deeper. Where does the desire come from? So if you go in this knowledge of understanding, the desire is coming from Ahankara, from the separatedness, from the I-ness. What we try to attack? We try to attack Ahankara. So everybody asks question, how to get rid of Ahankara? Without understanding, between Ahankara, between the ego and between the you who is trying to understand this, there are so many layers, subtle layers. We transcend this and we want to catch hold and slay the Ahankara. It will not go. Ahankara cannot be. That is why it is so difficult to get over the ego. Very difficult. Why? Because we are not. So my attempt in this video is to actually dissect this and even understand. You are saying root cause is desire. Nobody goes till desire also. But I am revealing to you the root cause of our loop. We say it is karma. We just say it is karma. We don't even know what it is. Today I am dissecting karma and telling you karma is nothing but these desires. And going deeper, now I don't want these desires to come in. Why are these new desires coming in? If you don't want that, then you have to identify what is causing the desire. It is the Ahankara. Ahankara is what? The separatedness of I from the Paramatma. Jivatma and the Paramatma. So, simultaneously what I am saying is, these are all the measures which we can simultaneously take. We can simultaneously dissolve the I-ness. We cannot dissolve the ego, forget it. But the I-ness which is there, the personal identity, what will help us dissolve? Only awareness. Even you sitting here and trying to understand, this is not your Buddha, this is not your mind that is doing, this is your awareness that is catching these points. Please understand, there are some faculties in your higher sense of perception, awareness, which your mind cannot do. Mind is very gross. These things cannot be understood by the mind. It is very limited. You have to transcend the mind and go into a space of awareness. The whole astral body now, what we are talking about, the 19 constituents that I told. What I told you, it is nothing but a set of thoughts, feelings, emotions, perception. That's all this whole astral body is. All these 19 constituents will only give you these. Now, how are you able to perceive this? Anything that you are able to perceive is only through the light of awareness. This you have to understand. This is that what do you call? The electricity or the power that is keeping the whole function alive. Like for example, I'll tell you, there are these panchendriyas. Now, ears are there. Your eardrums will help you hear. It will help you hear everything. Your eyes are there. The retina, the cornea, the optic nerve, all, you know the science of how it happens. You know how the image is taken, how light falls on something, then it is reflected back, and the light, what you're seeing, and then inverted image inside, and all those fundas, what the eye does. So this is technology. This is the gross aspects. There is a nerve, there is an eyeball, there is a cornea. These are all physical stuff. This is the material through which you are seeing. But there is a power that makes you see. The power of sight. Are you seeing it? That is different from the organs. The organs are there. But there is a power that is helping you see. The power of sight. Same way, eardrums are there. All the technology. You can understand the science of what happens. You can study. Doctors may study and tell you this is this, this is this, this is this. But there is a function, there is a power that helps you hear. If that power is taken away, these things are there, it is dead. You might say the person is dead. No, I'm not talking about dead. A deaf person is alive. Everything is working. But the power of hearing is taken away. The power of hearing is gone. So these are the 5 powers that you have of the sense organs. This is why I said you have the pancha karmindriyas, you have these indriyas, sense organs, the eyes and all. The physical is one, but the power, that another 5 is the power of the eyesight, the power of something that makes you smell, the power of something that gives you taste. The tongue is not enough. There is a power of taste. There is a power of touch. What is that power? Power is awareness. That power is awareness. It is that power of awareness that you are seeing, power of awareness that you are hearing, power of awareness that you are smelling, tasting, touching. Even this touch is what? Awareness. You lose your body awareness. You lose the sense of touch. Somebody touches you, will not know. Your eyes will be open, but in awareness, if you lose the power of awareness from there, your awareness is on something higher, then the eyes are open, but you can't see. The ears are open, but you can't hear. This I am talking from my personal experience, which I have shared many times. In Thane bus stop, and I was sitting reading Ma Laleshwari's scripture, text, and then I had a profound experience with her grace for almost 45 minutes. Where I was only crying, only tears were flowing, and I had reached an ecstasy of something had happened, something triggered within all these faculties, what I am telling you. And the awareness shifted into higher awareness. It was no more in the sense organs. I could see, but I could not see. I could hear, but I could not hear. A strange experience. Ears were open, but I was not disturbed by the traffic in that bus stand. In the bus stand, this is happening. Buses are coming, going. 45 minutes I was in that state. I could see the bus is moving, but there is no perception to tell me this is a bus coming. That is, I am aware, I can still remember the movements, but there is no sense of perception in that. I can see, eyes is open, this is functioning, but there is that power of seeing is gone. The power of the sight linking to your mind probably got disconnected. That is how I can say from my experience. The mind that is connected to the sense organs was disconnected. And when there is a disconnection, the mind cannot understand what's happening there. But the eyes continues to see. So these are the real faculties. Yeah, another question here. Yeah, this was on the desires. When I had posted about the desires in my Instagram account, so somebody had asked me, I forgot who had asked, but somebody had asked. I had said that in yesterday's post only, that the purpose of life is not to keep fulfilling your desires, but to transcend beyond it. It's very deep. The whole session that I took today was just on that post. See, it's a small one-liner. We can just ignore it. The purpose of life is not to keep fulfilling those desires, but to transcend it. How to transcend it is by becoming aware. Oh, what is this? I'm creating these desires, and those creations, what I'm receiving is creating more desires, and there is no end to it. Now I'm becoming aware of my desires. So when I become aware of my desires, what I am doing is when I begin the journey of transcending that desire. Till then, I am only fulfilling my desires. That is why I asked this session, starting, what is it that you do 24 hours or whenever you are awake till now, and you are doing still now? You are creating through your desires. You are only fulfilling your desires from day one to day now. From the time you have been aware till now, you have been only creating desires and only fulfilling those desires. Fulfillment, creation. Fulfillment, creation. This is what we have been nirantar, constantly doing. So my hope is, with the awareness of this subject, now you become aware of that creation of desires and from where the desires are coming, and understanding. And it's okay to have desires. Let me complete these desires. But to give it a stop. So the question says, oh, there are monkeys outside here, sitting right next to me here. My cat is looking fully, look at him. Fully tensed. Anyhow, that's not a distraction, a small entertainment in between. He says the purpose of life is not to remain fully desired, but to transcend. Okay. Then he says how to draw the line between the desires that brings fulfillment content, finally unfolding the mind, and desires that restricts us to transcend. How to know the difference and how much success is sufficient success to let us transcend. So, according to his understanding, he is asking this. Okay. So he has now thought, or probably many of us think that, okay, there's a desire, we got to transcend the desires, we got to go beyond it so that we don't create more. So he's thinking now, we have to give fulfillment also, because we are told we are not supposed to suppress our desires or cut off. You can't suppress your desires, because if you suppress, it will manifest into something else, or it will come back again. You got to come back again in the next body to experience. If this life, let us say I take sannyas, then I say I become a yogi now, I become a sannyasi, so I am suppressing all these desires of food, sex, shelter and all these things, that desires, and I am keeping it suppressed. But by the end of my life, I have not transcended it. Then what will happen is, these desires in my astral body will remain, and when I leave the body, what I leave means my astral body leaves the physical body. What happens is, it begins creating, because it's there, the desires. So it takes another body. So what has happened? The sannyasi, he thought he has got liberation, but no, it is there in his stock. That brought him again for another birth. So next birth also, if he is just careless about it, it will continue. So the only way to transcend is to first become aware of it, that it exists. And then with your power of discrimination, begin dissolving these desires. Awareness will start dissolving it. The moment you put your light of awareness, the power of the desires reduces. It might not diminish, but the moment you become aware, it will go. I'll give you very brief examples. If you are a smoker and if you are smoking, now you become aware of the smoking, of what the smoke is doing to you, where it is going, how it is traveling to your lungs and what is happening. You will see suddenly with 2-3 puffs of full awareness, you'll not have that, you'll throw that cigarette, guaranteed. You do the same with any addiction. You do it with food. You are eating your best delicious food. Every time what happens? You gobble it up and it's so yummy. You non-stop you eat and you feel full. But now I'm telling you, in awareness, every bite you take, little by little, munch it, be fully with it, relish every single bite, and spend a few minutes with every bite, chewing and eating and relishing it in full awareness. I'm telling you, 4 or 5 morsels you have, you'll feel full, guaranteed. It will happen. What has happened? It's the same desires. Desire to eat, but in unawareness, in ignorance, you gobble it up, and when you gobble it up, you feel you are created more rakta bijas, because desires will beget more. You eat gulab jamuns, your stomach is full, that is why you stopped. If your stomach was not full, you would have eaten hundreds of gulab jamun. So your physical body says, no, I can't take it anymore, so you stop. It is not because your desire has stopped. So you feel a kind of contentment, you leave that aside. You wait for the body to digest and leave. Then once it is empty, again you get the desire. But here, with the awareness, you become aware of the desire. And now the same desire, with awareness, you are enjoying that desire. Because nobody is telling you stop the desires, do the desires, be through the desires, but be in it with awareness. I am telling you, even for example, if you are having sex, if you are with your partner and you are not in awareness, most of the time nobody is in awareness, everybody is in this. That is why they call it Pashutulya. It's an animalistic act, done and finished with it. Why many yogis, why there is a tantra that has got link with this activity, sexual activity. What they do is, they do it in awareness. You will see, even if you are married, or if you are, next time when you are in the act, in the middle of the act, become aware of it. I am telling you that lusty feeling will diminish, and the heightened feeling of something will come, and you will feel contented almost there. So probably that act might not last so long, or even if it is lasting, it will give you everlasting fulfillment, because now you are in your indriyas, you are experiencing it completely. What you don't experience completely is the cause of another desire, or that desire to remain rooted. Why? Because you have not fulfilled. No? To be fulfilled, you have to be filled up. Why you are not filled up and fulfilled? Because there is no awareness in that. You're doing it just as an instinct act, which is what animals do. That is why Bhagavan said in Chidakasha Gita, man without discrimination, I have always told, discrimination is nothing but awareness. Viveka is nothing but awareness. A man without subtle discrimination is as good as an animal. You can see it in real life. One who is ignorant and doing these acts, anything, procreating, the eating, hearing, smelling, seeing. You see, when you're seeing also, if you're not aware, you will take in everything. And that sight will give you more desire for more sight. Pornography is one that I mentioned in that video. Pornography is nothing but this in lack of awareness. Ignorance. I'm telling you, if you're watching even pornography and you become aware at that moment, it might be funny, but I'm telling you it's very true. It has to be true. When you become aware of any such thing that you're doing, which is nonsensical, and you become aware, you will see that the power of that enjoyment reduces immediately. You will not feel like continuing doing it, or it will be not prolonged. Are you seeing what awareness can do? This is the only way to tackle desires. So what you're doing is, with your light of awareness, you are now being rooted in that awareness. And now you are giving fulfillment, because now what has been always adhura, pending, not fully in there, incomplete you have been doing, you have been looping again. Now you are doing it full awareness, and that awareness will give you satisfaction in all ways. So this is for those whom I am telling, who tell that we are in the world, we got this responsibility, we got that responsibility, how can you be desireless? No, you need not be desireless. That same desireness, now you root your awareness into that. Fix your awareness into that. That is what will slowly diminish the desires. Some desires, if it is not very strong, you will see suddenly, when you put awareness into it, you will see that suddenly the power is gone. There is no ichcha. There is no desire. Or suddenly it diminishes the power. And this, if you repeatedly do, you will see that the interest is gone in that particular thing. This is how you transcend desires. Oh, this is a wrong question in that manner. This is probably because in my last session I told, see, even Gurudev says you have to create and fulfill. Why he says create? He is not saying think and create something with your khayal. No, he is saying just tum chahte kya? What is it that you came for this earth? There is something, some desire that has brought you to this earth. Fulfill that, finish that first, which Bhagavan is also said, Nityananda. Fulfill those desires so that you can jump into the higher one. But the problem is, when somebody gives a green signal, a Mahatma gives a green signal, fulfill those, everybody is then jumping into it, and then everybody is swimming in that, and they say, we have got the permission to do the bhoga, be in this. No, he never meant be in this forever and ever. How are you going to get fulfilled? Purpose of life, the liberation. He says, experience it. Why he says experience it? Because once you finish and you are satisfied, then you transcend ahead. So this question comes from there. How do we know that we are satisfied? This is one technique. There is no rules like this desire only itna had tak jaake, this is the end, uske baad I have to go to another. No, you cannot. It varies from person to person, individual to individual. You have to see where does your contentment end. Somebody else's contentment might be little, yours might be more. You become aware of it and fulfill it. Whatever desires in your life. I'm telling you, if you practice awareness, there will be lot of desires in your bank balance, in your box, precious box. Some you have in hand and you are trying to create, but there are some in your box still there, which after you finish probably you want to take. I call this as conscious mind and that as subconscious mind box. It is there. I'm telling you, if you practice awareness all this time with your conscious activity only, you will slowly dissolve even what is there in the subconscious. By the time you take this in hand, you will say, Arey, This desire was there, where it is gone? It's gone. I don't know. Many things must have happened with you that you once upon a time had a desire, now you don't have it anymore. So where did the desire gone? How the desire diminished? Same thing. Because fulfillment is happening. Are you seeing it? And everybody is different. That is why everybody has different desires. So no point in looking at others. Look at yourself. See what is it that you want to experience. List out all the desires. Work on them. One is to create an experience, no problem. But a person of higher awareness, instead of creating, they will know the rubbish, the nonsense. Why am I creating? So that I have a fulfillment. But what if before creation only I can have a fulfillment of that? Possible? Depends on your intensity. So once you begin experiencing that in that manner, how? Like if you like gulab jamuns, instead of every time eating it only and then saying, oh, this is fulfillment or I should transcend. Instead of that, even the heightened awareness of what that gulab jamun is going to do to me, even before it's going to come to me, how does it satisfy? How less important it is? One small thing, tiny thing, it pops up there and my mouth watering begins. What is it that is making me a slave of something? We are slaves. Only because we are slaves of desires, we have this janmas. We are helpless. Slaves means what? We can't help it. मन कहाँ भागे वहाँ भागो. इंद्रियां जहाँ ले जाए. Desire जहाँ ले जाए. And we are helplessly running. The Bhagavad Gita talks about one becoming aware of all these things. One who becoming aware of these desires. And slowly, when you become aware of the desires will have no power over you. It will lose its power. Mind will lose its power. That why? Because the buddhi has now become powerful. That is why Chidakasha Gita says, make the buddhi the prime minister. I don't know what terms has he used. He says the king and prime minister. Okay, let's not confuse, because somebody will say king is better, or I'm saying, he says make the buddhi the master, or let us say the king, and the minister of in the king's place. The mind should be that. The slave. The buddhi should always be dominating on the top, master of everything, and below that should always be the mind. That is how the body is designed. But due to this haphazardness of life, we mix up everything and then everything topples up. The mind goes up, buddhi comes down. The mind becomes the king and mind does everything. Buddhi has no power. Viveka has no power. Before it can think this is right or wrong, the mind has gone and attacked and made that desire fulfill. What is awareness? Buddhi. So with every time you practice awareness, you are empowering the buddhi, the intellect, you're sharpening, you're purifying it. And the more it gets purified, it moves to its position of the king. And when the buddhi becomes purified and sharpened, the buddhi begins monitoring the mind. Mind without the permission of the buddhi won't do anything, because now you have made that powerful. So every time a thought comes in, it will look to the buddhi. The buddhi will look into that thought and see in awareness, is this right or wrong? Is this for my highest good or not? Is this real or unreal? And depending on that, the viveka will tell you no or yes. The awareness, the viveka, the awareness that I have always been talking, this will tell you I should do it or not. From that awareness, it is transferred to the mind as a thought, I should do it. Then the mind will put the karmindriyas, the sense organs, to action and get it done. Are you seeing the link? It's a big chain of link. But right now we are not aware of all this, how it happens, the faculties. Everything is haphazard. The whole kingdom is haphazard. Something is doing something, somebody is running something. The whole thing is a mess. And then we say everything is messy, we can't get it. It's because we are not understanding how this has to be properly sequenced. Just setting the buddhi right, everything will come. Because buddhi brush ho gayi, sab gaya. बोलते हैं ना इसका बुद्धि भ्रष्ट हो गया. Brush ho gaya means gone case. And how to sharpen the buddhi? Awareness. Because buddhi is awareness. Intellect or the subtle discrimination, the viveka is awareness. So this is why I am stressing so much of awareness, because the same subtle discrimination has empowered a lot in my life. Lot of things, because previously I was seeing it without the discrimination, without understanding, without awareness. I was seeing things and I was running behind everything, even my spiritual struggles, my sadhanas, my going here and there, everything was gross. That many people do also. Even the people who travel to many places, we are going in grossness, no awareness. We go on a pilgrimage, we don't know what we do. We enjoy and we come back and we say nothing happened. How can it happen? Because the viveka has not been sharpened. That is the source. We have not, because when the viveka is active, the awareness is active. And if awareness is active, you will relish every experience. You've gone to a pilgrimage, you will relish it through all your panchendriyas. You'll feel the air, you'll feel the water there, you'll feel every divine presence. You'll be silent, you'll be enjoying in that space. What is happening? Indriyas are getting pushed ho rahe. They are getting tripti, they are getting contentment. So that pilgrimage is giving you contentment. And when you are in that state, when you are so connected with the Mahabhutas, Panchabhutas, the Prakriti, you are connected. You are one with it. When you are one with it, everything that is out there will flow into you. The energies will flow into you. There is no difference. Your koshas are being bathed in it because you are now in awareness. Awareness has pulled it and you experience it. And then you get all these experiences. This is from my personal experience that I am talking. First how it was, then how my travels happened, then all my travels I am silent. I told you, previously I used to go with 20, 30 people, all like a picnic. No awareness. They also no awareness, I also no awareness. Then slowly my buddhi only started discriminating, viveka. Is this right or this is not right? Will this help you for the highest good of yourself and others or not? I saw it will not help. Neither me nor them. So my viveka said, then stop it. Command given to the mind, mind makes it an action, action manifested. Action changed. Decision changed. Decision change means the results change. So all those gross activity which was only running about, stopped. And now, very selective. Those who can understand this frame of mind, this awareness, only with them. Like-minded. Like we are sitting here. Those who can understand it, what we are talking also. Those who don't understand it's a mela. They might come and punch in some comments also and go. They don't understand what's happening. Same, the gross world will never understand. So the people who understand, I started moving. And when that happened, all my other experiences, all my distractions just stopped. Now the distraction, my buddhi told me, what you're trying to achieve is not being achieved because of all these distractions that you are carrying with you, which you feel is important. As the mind is telling it's important, but the buddhi is telling no, it is showing in awareness, see. And when that was cleared, and only what was needed for me, then what happened? All the distractions gone. Then suddenly what happens is full-fledged experience of that place without disturbance. Then I started relishing those experiences and fully. That was the best part of my sadhana, because all that is sadhana. So sadhana is not just going and doing tapas somewhere, sitting there for meditation. Many people go. They sit in caves or under waterfalls or on the mountains and click photos, and that's not what it is about. Maybe that's part of one experience, but that's not the real thing. Real thing is always in silence. You experience it. So when there is a fulfillment, you know that things are happening. The purpose is served. Why have you gone there? To purify yourself. Are you purifying? Yes. Why? Because I am in my high state of awareness. I am in my koshas. I am in my pancha shareeras. When I am in awareness there, I am one with everything that touches it. What is there? All the unseen particles, the energies, anything that is moving, the subtle in that. I am in contact with that. I am experiencing that subtle. This is how I could experience the tattva of Mahalaleshwari in that bus stop. Only because of awareness. Only my heightened awareness took me into that space, because she is not in Kashmir, she is a Kashmir saint. But she is not sitting there, or she is not that afterlife, she is only there. Or in some other dimension, she is omnipresent. So what happened? While reading, my indriyas of sight and perceptions were so focused on that heightened awareness, the viveka, jagrit hua, and it brought me in connection with that omnipresent tattva. Omnipresent means everywhere. It's here also. So that tattva of Mahalaleshwari is here. You become aware of this space, I have connected to it, that, and I experience it. This is how I explained Guru Tattva also. My videos of connecting with Guru Tattvas, staying rooted in Guru Tattva and Guru Mandal, same fundas. You shift into awareness and these things happens. And what happens? I told you, it's my proof. Immediately, that experience of that tattva, whichever I was tapped into, where I was tapping, I was only reading the gross book. That book made me connect into that grossness. Like this is a gross video session. Those who are watching this video, this is a gross thing that is coming. But this grossness, if it touches your awareness, it will expand into your awareness and you will experience the truths that is coming through this in heightened awareness. Can you see the difference? It cannot be understood by just listening. Perceptions does it. The higher intelligence does it. So becoming aware is so powerful that everything now, if you are becoming aware all the time, you are only improvising and strengthening your astral body. Because the astral body is your awareness. Where your awareness? It's not in the body. It's not in the Karan shareera. What is left? It's only the sukshma shareera, astral body. Your experience is there. Because why? Your mind, your buddhi, your intellect, everything, as I told you, 19 constituents are all in there. And there you are experiencing, you are witnessing, you are in that awareness. So every time you are aware only of your astral body first as a light. Then that spreads into your higher, upper and down into your sthul shareera also. To become aware of your hands, you first will have to trigger your astral body. It is the astral body that is experiencing this physical body. You're getting it? So that will light up first and that will then experience this body. And at the time of death, this is the same astral body that leaves from here, carrying everything that is got in it, pending or fulfilled. If it is fulfilled, no balance, no cause of coming back. If there is too much, come back. If there is little here and there, come back for a short journey. It all depends. So the idea is again about purifying the astral body itself. When you purify the astral body, what is astral body? I told you, awareness. The moment you become aware, batti jali, kahan astral body mein. And everything that is there inside that astral body, the 19 constituents, they are filled with that light. So everything, the panchindriyas, the panchapranas, everything, the mind, the intellect, the ego, the memory, everything gets illumined in that. So anything in the memory coming, it is illumined, you are watching in awareness. Anything in the ego happening, you are watching in awareness. Anything in the mind happening, you are watching in awareness. Intellect, watching in awareness. Pancha prana, watching in awareness. Pancha indriyas, karmindriyas, you are watching in awareness. What your hands are doing, what your nose is doing. The power behind these, the sight, awareness. You see, it has lit up everything. Wow, I think this is a very powerful video for those who want to understand the Tattva Bodha. So this video can be used for you to understand and simultaneously even perceive what I am telling you about the Tattvas and the koshas and more about the astral body and more deeply again about your desires. So this was a beautiful question. There were two different questions that came in. Thank you, Vaniji. Glad if it is helping you all. So, this is in continuation with my last video episode only, which I was telling how from everything, from void, something came out, the Prakriti. Void is nothing but the darkness. Darkness is not really darkness. Everything, everybody, even the Bible says first there it was only darkness, then the light came in. It is their way of expressing, but there is not darkness. Like for example, if you look into space, it is darkness. Are you seeing space? It is not dark. It is the absence of light. Because light is not there, because light can travel only to a certain, the sunlight can go only to a certain, after that the sunlight cannot go. It is just the absence of light there. And what you are seeing, even if you see from here at night, if you see everything is dark. But is it really dark? It's not really dark. See, there is light already there in that darkness. I don't know how to tell you. In the darkness, there is light, but because there is no object in that space, you can't see it. Yes. See, for example, the whole night you see into the space, it is darkness. It is not darkness. There is light there. But there is no object for you to see. For example, the stars are the object. The stars come in and the light that is touching it reflects back to you. See? The light is there. The light is going. The moon is there. The light is going out. But you can't see the light only when there is an object called a moon coming there. The light hits it and reflects back to you. And then you see, oh, there is an object there. Or see, you see a black sky. A plane is going. Seeing that. Forget the black sky, the blue sky. The sky that you see up, blue. It's not blue. Who told you the sky is blue? It has become a belief. Sky is blue. Sky cannot be seen. What is sky? It's a space. The ether that is there. And what is there in the ether? There is light, but you can't see it. It is a reflection, actually. So even if a plane is going in the dark night, what is it that you can see the plane from? Because there is some light reflecting on that and showing that object to you. The stars are best example for that. If light was not there, the stars would not have been seen. That is pure darkness. So there is no darkness. It is actually light. So even the void that we say, there was only darkness, there is no darkness. The void is actual light. But there is nothing in the void, so there is nothing to reflect. So it looks like darkness. Are you getting it? That's a beautiful example that I got. So it's like from the darkness, the world is formed. And the world goes back into the darkness. This darkness, what I call this nothingness, this void, is the Karan shareera, the causal body. The causal body, the Karan shareera, is this darkness. Now, this is the macrocosmic, if I am telling you, the outer space. From that nothingness, from the Karan shareera was born the Prakriti. It came into life. How would you explain it in your life? The best example I could say is sleep. When you are going into sleep, you can see, when you go into sleep, a sleep state is, you can compare it to darkness. Complete darkness. Nothing is there. Deep sleep, Nidra Avastha, one of the consciousness state of consciousness. Nidra Avastha, everything is dark. And you are in that darkness. Same, I'm telling you, if you can understand this, you can see this is microscopic experience of the macrocosmic. This is microcosmic. That is macrocosmic, which I told you about the world. Same is happening even within. That is why Gurudev says, ब्रह्मांड के अंदर एक ब्रह्मांड है. In the universe there is another universe. Within me also there is another universe. This is that universe. You have gone to sleep. It is darkness. And then something comes floating, an object. It is a dream. So there is darkness, you can't see anything. Until something comes floating. When it comes, in that darkness, your awareness is lit up. Your awareness is there. Are you getting it? Your consciousness is there. Your astral body is alive. Your physical body is sleeping. All this astral body, everything is alive. It is active. But nothing can be seen because there is nothing. And when the dream comes in, the reflection of that dream shows you, and you see the dream as whatever. Real, unreal, whatever you feel, all that is an experience after that. You're seeing the dream. And the dream comes and the dream goes. Where has it gone? From where it has come. Where it has come from? It has come from the darkness. It has come from the Karan shareera. Where has it gone, the dream? It has gone back into the Karan shareera. This is why I said that which cannot be perceived is the Karan shareera. Karan shareera cannot be understood by just discussions. Even if you get this idea, nobody can know it completely, the Karan shareera. It has come from that void, where the dream, it has came, it got pulled back. Same like this Srishti also happens. Nothing, the void is there and the Prakriti appears. Appears from where? The whole Prakriti is coming out of nowhere, of the void. From where? From this Karan shareera. Prakriti is pulled back. Where has it gone? Into the Karan shareera. Nobody knows. Nobody can perceive it completely. And what nobody can perceive is called illusion or Maya. Rekha Giriji, why you explain? Very easy to understand. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I'm glad I was able to communicate this because these subjects have been in my mind for a long time, but it's very difficult. Very difficult to explain this. But it can be explained only with the like-minded. I mean, where people can understand it. If there is an audience, I can explain it. If there is no one sitting, I am not going to sit here talking to nothingness. So you guys are there. I am very thankful for your presence. Because your presence motivates, your questions motivate such deep reasoning. And this gives me a reason to even go deep into my awareness, to dig, to perceive things and to understand it and come and share it back to you. I never share it with the feeling that, oh, I know this and see, I know these things and this is how it is. No, I am trying to tell you, if I know it, you also can know it. That is my whole idea of presenting all these videos and information. That if I am experiencing something, I want to share it. I'm eager to share it so that you also begin experiencing it. So it is not a complete success. I mean, if you have understood it, it's a good success, but I don't call it a complete success until you are able to perceive it. Are you getting it? So just give me 1 minute, a 1 minute break. I'll come back and we will just do 5-10 minutes of awareness exercise. And with that, I think we should end this. Then it will feel complete. Hold on a second. Sorry. These videos are precious gems for the path of seekers. I'm glad. It's very few people who realize it, because many people who have known me, they know me, my past. They know me as a different structure. So probably they judge me according to that, and then they say, this guy is okay. Anyways, it's good, because it will only keep it protected only for the people who want to get it, and those who don't want to get it, or those who want, those who are not really entitled to that, will not reach here. Anyways, so Amba Shambhavi Chandramoolavarana Now, practicing awareness again. Today, probably now, we can just spend a few minutes putting our awareness on our koshas. Because we are talking about our astral body. I have not gone too deep in the astral body subject, because there are a lot of other things like astral travel, a lot of mystical things are there. We don't want to get into that, because that is a distraction from your path. Those are all good, those are all things happen, but I would leave that for us to experience as and when things are happening. Even if out of body experiencing is happening, or astral travel is happening, or things are happening, experience it as an experiencer. Do not get too tied up with it, too questioning about it. too much into how, what and where, because then you'll get carried away to the byproducts of that experience, which is not again what the journey is pointing about. So these things are very popular in the world. All the astral stuff is too popular. You see, everything is there for the astral world. But we are not on that path. So we are not totally focused on those things. But whatever happens in the experience it as a witnesser, because you are on the journey and a lot of things, mystical things will keep happening in your journey. Do not get stuck with it. Never get stuck with it. But use it as a tool to grow, as an evolve, and as a stepping stone, and you can also see as a step of evolution. You know that some evolution is taking place, some experiences are happening. Okay, so you know that you are moving, something is happening. Okay, so they are kind of evidences that are coming to you. Like for example, I told you about my experience there. One of my experiences, many of my experiences I don't share because it's not valid. On the path it is told only share or talk about those things which you can make others experience, otherwise never talk about it. This is what is the teachings on the path of the lineage. So this experience of the Thani experience, which I often talk about, this is something that gave me a ladder on one part of my journey, that gave me a boost towards awareness. After that experience, I saw that the whole concept of my awareness changed. Everything shifted towards my awareness. And I became more aware of this awareness. And after that, I started talking more about it. And the whole shifting into awareness also has come from that experience. So I could say what awareness can do. So these are like stepping tools. These experiences are good, but you're using them, or you're narrating them, or I'm telling them only where I need to talk on this subject and make you understand about that. Like when I'm talking about this heightened state of awareness, and then when I'm talking about that experience, you'll be able to relate with it. This is one part. The other part is that I keep on telling it to every Tom, Dick and Harry that I meet. Oh, I had this experience. That's what I'm telling you. Be a little careful of. Yeah, Madanji, happy that you are. Rekhaji, please arrange a trip to some Siddha's place so that we can hear you live. No, hearing me live, you can do it from anywhere. Rahul Bhai, you're awesomely awesome. Arey bhai, missing you, Rahul Bhai. Rahul Ghoshal is my friend from Gurgaon. I had a good time when I was there in Delhi. Rahul Bhai is the cause of one of the great masters of the Guru Mandala reaching me at a very proper timing, when I was going through some phase which was so down. Gurudev was not here, he was traveling in the US, and he was traveling continuously. I think for almost 14 months or something he was continuously traveling, and he was not in India, and I was going through a very low patch at that time. I am sure my Gurudev was aware of it, because he is aware of everything. So in those moments I was seeking out very desperately to the Guru Mandala some guidance, some strong connection, something to root me. And that one Sunday, I remember, Sunday or someday, Rahul Bhai had gone to Ramakrishna Mission, and there he picked up a book from me, and he came and one day gifted it to me, and he said, I picked this book for you. I said, wow, great. And that book was Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna. He is a fond devotee. He goes there to Ramakrishna Mission, and he very lovingly brought that book, and I took it and I kept it. I don't know. This was little before, and one day my eyes fell on it. It was a Sunday. I started reading it. I'm telling you, the kind of transformative experiences that I had, what I was seeking desperately, came through that book, the Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna. And I read that book. This is the first time I'm mentioning about this also. in public. I read that book for, I think, 2 or 3 weeks. Every day, because I was going to work also. I was in the ashram, I was working, coming back, and whenever I used to be in the office, and those things used to haunt my head, all the time. And I used to only long to go back home into my room and get that. And when the office was over, I used to go back and change my clothes and just have a wash and then sit with that book. And then for around 2 hours or 3 hours, I'm lost in that book, having vivid experiences of what Thakurji was having. Thakurji is Sri Ramakrishnaji. Very vivid experiences. At times crying, at times weeping, at times relishing, at times in joy, at times in samadhi. It was a beautiful book. I don't know what that was. But I knew one thing, that book was a direct answer from the Guru Mandala, what I was seeking, which came through one friend. So, he was Rahul Bhai. So I asked him one day, what made you pick that book? He said, I don't know, I was just moving around there. I saw that book and I remembered you. I picked it up. I said, wow. That's how it ought to be. And that, I don't know if I should continue telling this. That book used to keep me always so much in trance, that whenever I used to go into trance, Gurudev used to call. He used to be in the US or somewhere taking shivirs. I don't know. Very strange. Only in that heightened state, his call would come. And when I used to pick, I used to not talk about anything else. I used to anticipate that he is going to talk about work, because Gurudev and we only used to have work. So if some work is there, he calls, I call, and we only talk only to work, because there is no other casual discussions. But when he would call in those moments, and I would anticipate that he is going to talk some work or something, and I used to think, what next? I used to take a book and pen immediately when his call used to come. I always had this habit of taking book and pen. I used to keep small pads always with me, handy. So I took, when I was about to write, and I noticed that he never talked anything about work in those moments. He used to talk something very high. And I used to see he used to be high too. In different state of consciousness. I don't know what and how, but probably it was relating to that. They know. The mystics, the masters, they know. So many times, till the book was over, I had a wonderful time. And all during those times, Gurudev used to call, and never a single work was discussed. And I'm not saying every day or something, he used to call periodically, but whenever he used to call, I noticed that it was a heightened state. So he used to also be very casual. He used to talk something about the shivir, today in the shivir, or some topic of the shivir, or some higher aspects, some tatvas. And most of the time, yes, he used to talk about books. He used to strangely talk about books. Never in his life he has talked about books. But he used to tell about his intent of writing, having books. Now, I don't know why, when I'm reading a book, he used to talk that, related to books. But he never directly used to say, what are you doing? But he knew. What is that? So relating to that, he used to always talk about books. I could understand that. Anyways, that was Rahul Bhai's book, and that came very happily at the right time. I'm very happy. And that book I mentioned to many of you. I think Dr. Goyal, if you are listening, I don't know if you are here. I remember telling you also, and you still often tell me about that was a mystical experience that you also had after reading the Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna. That is one book I can say which has got the energy of Sri Ramakrishna. But you will not be able to access it until you are in awareness. If you want, read the book, but in awareness, pure awareness. There should be no disturbance. Rock yourself in your room, take it as a sadhana, or read it. See what happens. Yeah, so I was telling you, we can get in awareness. You may want to keep your eyes closed, that's not a problem. It's not needed that you got to close your eyes and everything. But yes, with your eyes closed, the perceptions is a little more stronger and the experience is little much deeper. Just become aware. You might say, aware of what? The what is troublesome. Because we need always something to be aware of. What I am talking is awareness without that thing. If you remember, I told you, there are two types of awareness. One is the gross awareness. One is the higher awareness. What I have always been talking about is the gross awareness. Become aware of your nose, your knees. Become aware of the TV next to you without looking at it. Become aware of who around your peripheral vision is catching. This is all gross awareness, where you need something to see. And you are connecting to that something all the time. Maybe it is nose is the thing. Something is the thing. That is gross awareness. But it is needed for practice. Only then you practice, and then you start slipping into higher awareness, where you will notice that you don't need a thing to become aware of it. So I got a little confused because I said just become aware, and then I thought, I knew that you will think aware of what? But I was meaning to that awareness, that higher awareness. A time should come when all this gross awareness should stop, and then you just become aware. Just aware of what? I don't know. Where? You become aware of a presence. Words are hard to define. It's a presence. You just become aware. Where is the presence? Everywhere. So if you are becoming aware of a presence that's everywhere, you are becoming aware of omnipresence. In omnipresence, everything is there. All the gross creations is there. All the sukshma creations is there. Depending on the intent you attract. If your intent is very pure, automatically the awareness is pure, sharpened. It will only fall into those perspectives or areas which are vibrating to your frequency. If you are seeking higher consciousness, first always purify the intent. Study yourself, ground yourself properly, go deep within and purify the intent. I said there should be no conditions, there should be no this and that, there should not be any greed involved in it, no fear involved in it, no guilt, nothing of this sort. Just unconditional, just pure awareness. And then when you put your awareness into those areas, your awareness will fall into a pure state of awareness. And in these states are the Guru Tattva, the Guru Mandala. All the higher states are in this realms. So dimension is not a space. It all exists everywhere. It is a frequency. Please understand. The realm that we call, the dimension that we call, is a frequency. It is not a place. Fourth dimension is there. 10th dimension is here. It is not a place. It is a frequency. The frequency that your mind tunes into. How does your mind tune? Through your intentions. So whatever your intention is vibrating, your thoughts, your intellect will vibrate that, and that will radiate out, and you, like a radio, will attune to that particular frequencies. Hence, importance is given to purification of the intent. Bhava Shuddhi. Bhav re, sab kuch bhav re. Why the Guru Mandal and the Guru speaks about bhav is because this is the key to your ascension. This is the key with which you connect to the right source. So first, always take some time to ground yourself. Make sure I'm not talking about the regular awareness. Regular awareness we are regularly doing. Become aware of everything. I'm looking at something, I'm aware. Food I'm eating, I'm aware. Sitting, I'm aware. Sitting how I'm aware. I'm seeing where my bottoms are touching. Right now, just feel and see. We have not been aware. Don't shake or nothing. Just be aware. There are some parts of your body touching the chair or the cushion or the bed or wherever you're sitting. Some parts. Just become aware of those parts and you'll see, oh wow, something like this exists. What has happened? The indriya of touch. You have now accessed the indriya, the skin. Not the skin just, but the power of that touch. The skin is not doing it, giving you the feeling. But the power of experiencing that touch is also there. And as I told you, all these are where? In your astral body. So when you become aware of what is touching your body, just become aware of it. Don't do anything. Just feel the sensation. See the touch, how it is. Where all your body is being touched, wherever it is touching with any gross object. That's experience. That is gross awareness. But the experience is taking place in your astral body. If you begin enjoying it, I'm telling you, only this much is enough. Just on the touch you are become aware and you are meditating on that touch. You will go into deep awareness. So the more you heighten your awareness, the lesser you cling on objects. You don't need this, that. So that is why I always suggest, do not depend on things. Do not depend on headphones. Do not depend on materials outside to see, for something to always connect. Do not depend on anything that you touch or feel only to give you experience. Like right now, your body is feeling it. This is also a gross experience. For practice, it's good. But eventually, you transcend it. Now, like you are experiencing what is touching your body, experience that space which cannot feel the touch. What cannot feel the touch? Your body can feel the touch. Your sthul shareera can feel the touch. Your sukshma shareera cannot touch anything. But it is there. It is there. The manomaya kosha is there. It's there. Intellect is there. Everything is there. The astral body is there, but you can't see it. But it's there. How? Just like your back. If you're sitting, you can't see your back. Can you see your back? You cannot. Nobody has seen their back directly. Nobody on this earth has seen their back directly. You can't see it, but it exists. You carry it with you. It is there all the time with you. The astral body is just like that. It is always there with you. So with your eyes closed or with your eyes open, whichever gives you best experience, go with that. Just feel the touch of the body. This is what your sthula shareera is feeling, the touch. Now, while you're feeling this awareness of this touch, find out who is experiencing this touch. Who is it that is experiencing the feeling of this touch to the body? The body has no life to understand on its own. The body cannot experience this directly. There is somebody inside the body that I feel, something that is experiencing this touch. Find out who's that. Who's that one which is experiencing this touch through the body? This experience is only giving you an understanding clearly that you are not the body. The body is experiencing the touch, but you are perceiving through your body. Just see that difference. Observe. Who is the one who is experiencing this touch, the body? Who is the one who is listening to this? It is definitely not your ears. It is through your ears that you are listening. Through the organ called ears you are listening. But what is the power that is listening? Who is it that is listening? There is somebody who is listening through this voice. It is definitely not the body who is listening. It is definitely not the ears. Then who is it who is in the body and listening to this voice? This is you. This is the self. This is the real you. The pure you that is experiencing the sight, the hearing, whatever is hearing, the soul is experiencing it. Because without this body, you cannot hear this thing. You cannot feel the touch, so the body is needed. What are the vehicles that help you experience the body? Your panchendriyas. Your eyes, ears, the skin. The skin is allowing you to experience this. One of the panchendriyas. But it is not the indriyas who's experiencing it. See the difference. The skin is feeling it. But who is experiencing it? You, the Chetana, the awareness, the self is experiencing the touch that is felt by your body. If you can experience this much, please understand, this is the real you. This is the you that has brought you to this session. This is that pure you that is seeking liberation. This is that pure you that is seeking purity. This is that pure you that is seeking higher. Become aware of this I, the real I. This is the same I that every seer, every mystic, every master tries to point out to, become aware of that I am that I am. This is the same I am awareness. Now this awareness does not always need a physical body to experience. What is meant for physicality, this I, this you, will experience through your body. The food, the touch, the hearing, the smell, the sight, everything it will experience, including the sitting experience, the hearing experience, through the body. Now, apart from the body, also it can experience. Shift your awareness from your body to your first kosha, outside your body, your subtle body, your etheric body. Just move your awareness there. This is the same awareness that experienced in the body, but now it has moved out of the body into the subtle space, and it is now tapping into the subtle essence of the presence in that body. Experience the etheric body. The pranamaya kosha, where all the nadis and chakras run. This is the place. How do you experience? Because many people say, I cannot experience the chakras. This is because of the habit that you need something to touch and feel, because 5 senses, you always touch, you see, you hear, you feel, you smell, you taste. That is a gross experience. Now with that gross experience, you are expecting to see, touch, feel, smell in the subtle body, which is impossible because it's not gross, you cannot touch it. And these areas, your indriyas cannot function here. Your panchendriya is only limited to your physical body. What is in this shareera can be experienced only through heightened awareness, through your perceptions. So all that you do is put your awareness into your kosha around your body. Those who have good meditating experience will immediately start feeling multiple things. Maybe coldness or warmth, tingling sensations, something very pleasant or unpleasant, or a rush of prana, rush of energy. It might be felt in the human body also, because the body is sticking to the etheric body. They are connected. All that happens in your prana shareera happens even in the sthul shareera. People who have these jokes and movements and ecstasy, tears, these are all experiences flowing from the subtle bodies into the gross body. They are affecting each other. So just go with whatever the experience is. Do not judge anything. Do not say this is a bad experience or a good experience. Experience anything and everything that happens. Now expand your awareness from the etheric body. Expand the light little more further. Make the balloon little more bigger, so that you enter into the manomaya kosha. That's the mind body. When you enter into the mind body, you are entering into a space where your conscious and subconscious is. You are entering a space where your thoughts begin and end. The mental body, the mind body, is where your thoughts are. Just become aware of it. As you deepen and as you keep on practicing, you will notice that when you go into meditation and you access your mental body, suddenly thoughts of various kinds will begin appearing. Thoughts which you have not even thought of. Weird thoughts, odd thoughts. These are all that are surfacing up. Whenever that happens, just watch it. Do not judge. Observe it. When you observe it, it will come, it will fade. And it is okay if you are not experiencing anything also, any thoughts. As you keep practicing, you will see a lot of changes happening in this. Expand the bubble more. Make it a little more bigger. When you do that, you are entering into your Jnanamaya Kosha. You are entering into your emotional body, where you have the wisdom. All these wisdoms of the Vedas and Upanishads are all there, suppressed. This is the layer where all the karmas are stored. Jnanamaya Kosha, the storage of all karmas. With more and more experience into this meditation, of just being aware of your Jnanamaya Kosha, you might have various experiences. You might see faces of people whom you have never seen before. You might see places where you have never seen before. This might not happen to everyone, but with heightened awareness it will keep happening. Now these are the roots of your karmic bijas, which is linked with your multiple lifetimes. So seeing unfamiliar faces, unfamiliar places are the memories of your past lives. Psychic impressions, they are all stored in here. Be aware that never try to probe something into these areas. Because when you do, then the karta is happening. We are not the doers. We are just becoming aware, and whatever happens, we are just the observer. Whether something shows up, whether it doesn't show up, should not matter. Perception is important. Perceiving that space, that even that empty space, if you are feeling, and if you are perceiving that space, and that's giving you contentment, more than enough. Remember, we are all unique. Everybody will not have same experiences. Further from there, if you expand, you are reaching out to your higher self, which is the bliss body, the Anandamaya Kosha. You'll see that with practice, when you reach this body, you'll suddenly start feeling bliss and suddenly start feeling joy, of peace. Because this is the Anandamaya Kosha. This is untainted by any karmic residues. This is pure and divine. Now in this state of awareness only, just become aware of all the koshas that you have come through. These are the koshas that are the cause of your coming back again and again. The Jnanamaya Kosha, the Manomaya Kosha, and the Pranamaya Kosha. Everything is born out of one another. From the self, which you can call as Parabrahma, was born this kosha called Anandamaya kosha. The most purest form of the self. From the Anandamaya kosha, as I told you, the desire creates this layer, another layer, the Jnanamaya kosha, the Ichha. From here everything begins, Srishti begins, the creation begins. It has given rise to Jnanamaya kosha, where the desires and so-called karmas begin functioning. When that happens, it gives birth to the Manomaya kosha, the mind body. The mind has been created. There was no mind, now because of the desires to be fulfilled, mind is needed. So the mind body is created, Manomaya kosha. Now the same desires from the Jnanamaya kosha trickle down into the Manomaya kosha as thoughts. The karma now gets transferred as thoughts. And thoughts begin moving in your Manomaya kosha. Now every thought is energy and frequency, that is creation. It has the power to create. And depending on the bija in the Jnanamaya kosha, the karma, so will be the thoughts in your Manomaya kosha. This is how the Jnanamaya kosha controls the Manomaya kosha. And the Manomaya kosha, because of its thoughts radiating vibrations, it starts creating the prana shareera, the pranamaya kosha. That gives rise to the chakras and nadis and the prana shareera. One step before building the body. Because this is the fuel. Prana shareera is the fuel that is going to be supplied to the physical body, without which the physical body cannot survive. So when the pranamaya kosha is ready, pranamaya kosha will depend on how the manomaya kosha is, the quality of manomaya kosha. Quality of manomaya kosha will depend on how the jnanamaya kosha is. The desires, what kind of desires. So from the manomaya kosha, pranamaya kosha now creates a physical body depending on what the kind of thoughts flowed from mental body, mind body. So you can see how the desires trickle down step by step, and then it creates a physical body, and it sustains and grows and maintains, all the time fulfilling this continuous supply of karma from the Jnanamaya kosha to Manomaya kosha. It thinks and it creates, manifests through the Pranamaya kosha. Prana gives it energy, and the body starts experiencing it. That is how the whole life the body is experiencing all kind of experiences. That is nothing but the trickling down of the Prarabdha karma of your Jnanamaya kosha. So in this state of awareness right now, if you are still with me, you will realize that the whole cause is coming from the Jnanamaya kosha, where lies all the desires and the effect of the desires, the bijas of the next desires. Everything is trickling from there. So just this experience of moving your awareness from your physical body to each layer. Remember one thing, wherever your focus goes, attention goes, energy flows there. So if you stay rooted in your Jnanamaya Kosha, you are only putting more light of awareness into those areas and reducing the strength of that kosha or the contents of the kosha. If your awareness is in the mind body, you will see that over a period of time, the light of awareness will start dissolving the thoughts that are running in the mind. This is how you use your own awareness to lighten and weaken all these constituents that is the cause of your birth and death. So this can be done whenever you are with yourself. This cannot be done when you are in the world. In the world, only the gross awareness practice. This is the practice of higher awareness. There is still more deeper, but I think for today it's fine. Because there is something beyond the Jnanamaya Kosha also. As I told you, the Jnana Shareera, the Mana Shareera, the Prana Shareera, all put together become the astral body, the sukshma shareera. There is something above that also. It is the Karana Shareera, the causal body. Causal body, as I told you, is that darkness, that void, from where the astral body came into place. From that nothingness, one desire, and the whole Srishti comes into place. The Prakriti is formed. Same way, from that space, which is in your space again, your Karana Shareera, you also have a Karana Shareera. So these are deeper layers again. But for today, I think this much is enough. So you can bring down your awareness now from the Prana Shareera to your gross body, that is your physical body. Now feel the chair again, or the cushion, or the bed, or sofa, or wherever you're seated. Feel the sensation back again. Feel your whole body together. Every time we practice nose, knees, thighs, eyes, no, this time everything together. Become aware of your eyes, nose, ears, tongue, neck, upper body, lower body, reproductive organs, thighs, knees, joints, calves, soul, everything. Not just that, the whole neurology system, the whole nerves running through your body. Become all aware. The whole muscle layers. Go deeper. All the bones at once. The whole skeletal system. Fully aware. You start feeling heat in your body, or some light, or some experiences. The more deeper this experience happens. Go deeper. Feel all your organs. Become aware of all your organs, right from the brain to the neck, to the thyroid, to the heart, to the lungs, to the digestive, to the reproductive, to the lower legs. All the organs within your body. Become aware of it simultaneously. You see how much you can do. It's a never-ending process. The whole body is aware, full of light. Now with your physical body and with all the contents in your physical body, become deeper aware of all the cells that are in your physical organs, all the cells together. Just bring the intention of it, and immediately the cells of all your body will become aware by itself, whether you know it or not. Now this is a state where you say the whole physical body is fully aware. All the organs, all the systems, all the cells, fully aware and jagrit and aware and alive. This is conscious body, a fully conscious body right now. Now with all this awareness of the cellular systems, all the systems, organs, muscular, skeletal, everything, now simultaneously become aware of all your koshas, all the koshas at once. Pranamaya kosha, manomaya kosha, jnanamaya kosha, anandamaya kosha. So we are talking about all the 5 bodies lit up in awareness, pure awareness. And this happens, this is called a conscious being. A conscious being of light, this state. Only when you are in your body, you are a conscious jivatma. You are just a jiva, conscious jiva. Now you are a conscious being, total. Fully active and aware of everything, microcosmic and macrocosmic. All the 5 bodies, just be aware. Now go just beyond that. There is something that you can sense, the outer space in which you are living. The whole space. Include that also in your awareness. The koshas, the physical body, and the whole space in which you are living. It includes not only your room, your house, your state, your country, but also the whole world, and not just the world, the whole universe, the Brahmand. Can you expand your awareness to the universe? If you can, expand. So it is like you have become one with the whole cosmos. All the tatvas in it. Pancha tattvas, the Guru tattva, and the Param tattva, everything in it. It can be a beautiful experience depending on how beautifully you are able to do it. Now slowly bring your awareness into your body, back into your body. And let that awareness move your toes of the feet. Just move your toes. Then move your fingers. Doing this will ground you in case you have not been grounded. With that, if you have closed your eyes, open your eyes. If you are with your eyes open, beautiful. When you feel like, move. If you don't feel like, stay in that awareness. If you are somebody who had closed your eyes, now opened it, bring that same awareness. Don't lose the awareness. The moment, this is not a meditation pack up. You went into certain awareness, you heightened your awareness, now you have come back to the gross world, you have come back to the sthula. You are grounded back now, but at the same time, you're connected to your awareness, you'll see it's a different experience. Your eyes are open, you're back into the world, but you have brought back the awareness of where your awareness is spread. In this state, stay for however long you can, especially when you're doing such kind of meditations. I wouldn't call this meditation, because then it becomes a technique. Now the people who experience and who love going into higher awareness, they will know that even after coming back, you allow yourself to stay. Don't just immediately run off. That's a wrong experience to do. It will immediately shake off all your sukshma shareeras. Stay in that awareness. Relish it. Expand that awareness. Now, when you leave from here also, when you get up also, the wrong habit that we have always developed in our life is, moment we finish meditation, we are done with it, we close, and then we are back into, what to do? We get cross suddenly. So that's the immediate disconnection. Don't do that, especially when you are practicing awareness. Because this awareness is what we are striving to carry in our conscious life. So in this state of awareness, in the heightened state, even when you leave from here, live in peace. You will see that your actions, your words will become sweeter, gentler, softer, calmer, automatically. Everything will become calm. Your work also that you do. So from here, when you get up and go, carry that awareness as long as you can. I know it will fade out slowly. It will depend on how grossly you are connected. If you go too gross, then you will disconnect very easily with it. But stretch this. Why I am telling you this is because today when you do this exercise, don't come out of your gross subtleness immediately. Carry this away and see how long you can. And then every time you go into this kind of awareness, bring it out and keep it. Carry it. Then you will start experiencing the awareness in totalness and experience everything that you do now. With this heightened state, everything that you look at, everything that you feel, everything that you touch, everything that you even think will be of different quality. Why? Because the viveka has become jagrat. The discrimination has become jagrat, the subtle discrimination. So everything that it sees and perceives will be from a very heightened experience. These meditations or what I just shared with you, these have come to me during my travels. Wherever I traveled, or I told you, I have never been doing one particular thing. Every time I go, there is something new happening. So these are some things that came to me very spontaneously. And I believe it's nothing, nowhere else than from the Guru Mandala. So this is for our own good of raising our vibes and staying in awareness. Because I'm teaching shifting into awareness, this thing came out. There was no plan to do this meditation or whatever you call this, but it happened. And if it has happened, so be it. With this, I thank you all for being here, being a part of this journey. We are all seekers and we are traveling together, and I'm glad that I'm able to share these moments with you. And while you also are being here, I am able to experience myself also more deeply. It does help me. I should share this with you. It is not just teaching, this is not teaching or something, just sharing, and I experience a lot of things while doing that. I am here for the first time. Now how I reached this live session, but thank you from the bottom. Okay, Vadva ji, Mani ji, Simi ji, Preeti ji, Priya ji. Glad you all were here. But do practice this. whenever possible. One is the gross, when you are with the people, then you need not do this because it might not appeal well. Then you can practice the awareness, gross awareness. But when you are in your shut down in your room, in aloneness, then you practice this. Rahul ji, thank you. Devjani ji, thank you. Rahul ji is saying unlimited energy. This energy is nowhere coming from here. You must get this very clear. Okay? I have not transmitted this energy. Normally there is a myth that somebody has done something. Nobody. I have just triggered something in your own space and you have done the connection. Anita ji, thank you. Priya ji, thank you. Very powerful and helping. Yes, it is very powerful. Madan ji, thank you. Because when we sit here in awareness, we are connected to the Guru Mandala, their guidance. God knows what they do. You can do it on your own. So what I am trying to tell you is, my words will only trigger something within you, and you are the person who is initiating it. Because your free will you are opening that I want to do that. So your constituents, your sukshma shareera, everything gets activated and it starts connecting and it starts doing anything. So if you say there is high powerful energy, that energy is not coming from somebody outside. Please remember this. It is your own self that is connecting to it. Why I am saying this? Because with this you will understand that you can create it. You just need outside stimulation, some external stimulation, somebody to stimulate you, and then you can be a self-starter to do that. Eventually what will happen is, you don't need a communicator. You don't need me to sit here and tell you this. Once you start experiencing and it becomes a part of your experience, then take that experience, and then I'm telling you this is very important. Once you come to that stage when you experience, what is happening is, every time when your awareness is developing and purifying, what is happening is, it is making you independent. Very important. Very important. Because our problem is, we are dependent all the time. We are slaves to everything external. We always want help from outside. This should end somewhere, because otherwise the journey will never end. It will carry on forever and ever and ever. There is no end to it. What I am trying to tell you, when you develop this awareness, your buddhi will keep purifying, and that buddhi will become your guidance system. Like what I am doing right now is from my awakened buddhi right now. That will become your own guide. Your intellect, everything. Your heart chakra opens up. Your Guru chakra opens up. This is what I mean by saying the Guru starts functioning from within your tattva. There is a Guru tattva within us, which all the scriptures say, including the Chidakasha Gita, that the real Guru is inside. The external Guru whom we bow to, because of which he comes and awakens the inner Guru within us. So the problem is, we are unable to identify with that inner Guru because we are always Bahimukhi. So we never turn inward. So my attempt is to try to tell you that this, what you're experiencing, is coming from your own free will that you wanted to generate. It is nobody. I'm telling you, I never channeled any energy here. I'm telling you. So there's no energy transfer or something here. I'm just activating those things. So imagine, if you can do it, and as you keep on purifying it, your system will start guiding you. And then you keep on enhancing. That's the best way that you can do it. With this enhanced viveka, I'm telling you, you will be able to understand the tattvas of the Guru also, the teachings of the Guru, the consciousness of the Guru, in very, very crystal clear and apt discrimination. Apt, very clear cut, everything. What is that clear cutness? The discrimination is doing it. It is taking away all the unwanted things and going straight to the sar, to the root of that. Guru consciousness, the Guru Tattva, the teachings of the Guru. It will catch only the pure, as I told you, the Paramam side takes only the milk and leaves the water behind. When the buddhi is polluted, it drinks with the milk, it drinks the water also, and then it doesn't experience the purity of the milk. Shravani ji, thank you. Sudha ji, thank you. Preeti ji, I missed the beginning. Yeah, you can see the beginning. I am leaving this video behind. For people, these are certain step by step that I am creating these videos. And it will help, definitely. So I am leaving the recording behind. And thank you for all of you for staying back for so long. I know it has been a lot of time, but I think it was helpful in some or the other way. With lots of divine love and light to all of you. Gurudev Sharanam. Guru Mandala Sharanam. May we all be blessed. Much divine love and light to all of you. Bye.